never ran. You didn't know Peter Pan. And when we're bored, we play in the woods, always on the run. Captain Hook.
What's good today? What's good today?
Bass got this. Bass got this.
Rumble, YouTube family. I know I look mad surprised starting off, right? Welcome, welcome, welcome. True Word Tuesday with your man, Ironwork 92,000. It's good to be here. It's good to have y'all here. We made it through the weekend into the top of the week. Top of the week to ya. Anyway, before we kick things off, hey, look at that. I want to do that. That's what I want to do. I want to say hi to everybody, of course. Zemla ploskaya, right? Of course, that's Russian for the earth is flat. Chikyu wa taira desu, which is the earth is flat in Japanese. And of course, itano plano in Guamanian or Chamorro, whatever you would like to refer to yourself as, if you live out there in the out there in those freaking Marianas Trench type islands out there in Guam. If you live out there in Guam, right? The earth is flat, true, plain, straight, level, horizon, all that good stuff. First, or rather, second Harmon, what's going on, bro? It's good to see our brother Harmon's out here. He did sub to my Rumble. Thank you. Don't forget, y'all, I am on Rumble. And if you don't have a fan base, go ahead, grab one. It's free. You can find me on there as well, right? Because I don't imagine that my lifetime on YouTube is going to be that much longer. You know what I'm saying? I ain't going to be here for the long run because y'all know what it is, man. These guys are blocking everything. These guys are like damn Jonathan Ogden for all you Baltimore Ravens fans, right? He's offensive lineman. Anyway, there was a joke somewhere in there, but whatever, who cares? Anyway, second, let me say what's up to people in the Foundry. So Harmon, what's good, man? Thank you for showing up on Rumble. Grandma used to say, Erica, how you doing, sis? It's good to see our sister Erica. She's one of my day ones when I was on the Ghost of Judah Tribes show. And shout out to Grandma used to say, Erica, how you doing, sis? It's good to see you. All right. God's watching this flat earth. He sure is indeed. Welcome, sir. Welcome. It is good to see you. Of course, DeWitt Straight Laces, Pebbles, of course. Mr. Warrior's in the house. And I know he's not going to be here for too much longer for the night. So I'm going to try and be quick and I'm going to get to the stories for tonight. Rethink Inc., of course. JJ in the house. All right. The Akinator. What's going on, family? How you doing, man? It's good to see Mr. The Akinator. How you doing? Sam, what's going on, Sam? Sam's out there in Jerusalem. Okay. All right. And I know it's kind of early here, or not even early. It's just kind of late here. And I think you're like 7 hours ahead, if I'd imagine. I think, yeah, you're around 7 hours ahead, 6-7 hours, something like that. What's happening, Sam? Brian Roy's in the house. How you doing, sir? Good to see you. All right, man. We're tracking. And hopefully y'all can hear me too. I'm talking all this mess. I don't need to be making no rookie mistakes like I have been in, the last month now. So I don't need to be making them rookie mistakes no more. So you don't see my lips just running and nothing coming out of them. You know what I'm saying? So let's make sure that y'all can hear me. Cyberdyne Big Toe, how you doing, sir? It's good to see you as well. All right, man. We starting to pack up the spaces right now. And welcome everybody. The Foundry's in the house. And we're hitting on all fours. I love it. Okay. Good. Okay. So if you guys could hear me and I sound good and you could see me and I look decent. Cool. That means we are moving. We are grooving. All right. Man, we have an interesting week. Of course, things of the flat earth nature will be discussed. But I don't know who actually let me watch how I say what I'm about to say. It's nothing bad. But I'm wondering how people would consider the news of what's going on here in the US, how they would take to that, how a lot of you guys would take to it. Now, I think many of y'all might be over on what's his name's channel, old dude, Saab's channel, and that's fine, not a problem. Saab's, I like Saab. So I know he comes on at this time at the same time. So I know a lot of y'all might be there, but I think that this is a very important message. And maybe if you're not familiar with my stance on things, it would it would add a layer of perspective or just a different lens on at which you can look at things, just life in general, right? Tiffy Vinci, how you doing, sis? All right, Tiffy Vinci's in the house over on the Rumble side, of course. Over on the Rumble side. I'm telling y'all, man, it's hot on the Rumble side. Check it out. Check it out, huh? Check it out. Check it out. But yeah, if you don't go on the Rumble side, that's fine too. But like I said, my time here is going to be a little bit limited. So I'm going to start. You know what I'm going to wind up doing is I'm going to reduce the amount of time that I am on YouTube. And then I'm going to start dedicating much of that time on both fan base and Rumble. So then Rumble will take the place of my YouTube and fan base will take the place of my Rumble. You understand? And really the reason that I'm doing that um is for like disclosure's sake. You know, there's a lot you can't do, there's a lot you can't say here on YouTube, right? And it kind of sucks. It's a little bit of a pain in the rear, but it is what it is, man. This is their business. Um YouTube does a phenomenal job with hiding the news that we present, right? Making us seem like pariahs so much that they ban much of our content in different countries. And so this is a problem. This is a problem, and it doesn't just regulate itself to strictly YouTube. You know what I'm saying? And we're seeing this problem a lot in the United States. Um, but I could tell you, I could definitely tell you that the perspective that I'm going to give it to you from, a lot of y'all might not agree, and that's okay. A lot of you guys may feel very uncomfortable, and that's okay. The point behind what I'm aiming to do tonight is I want you guys to I want to introduce you guys to a vision of not just the flat earth, but also just life in general, right? And how it relates to not only the flat earth, but also to you as well, right? And why it's so important to understand this perspective. If you're not familiar with it, why it's very important to understand this perspective. And I think it would help a great deal. And I wish there were more people out there that would lend this type of perspective that were available, that could lend this type, not be afraid to lend you this type of perspective, no matter how uncomfortable it is. Like you guys know, these last few weeks, actually, these last few months, the conversations have been uncomfortable, right? The people that came in here and then you guys went after them, man. You guys did a great job asking the hard stuff, but the hard questions are the good questions, right? The shit questions are the ones that fertilize the grass and make it grow green and strong. Um, the tough questions are the ones that if you can accept them and you can weather the storm, then it'll make you a better all-around person for whatever you're trying to fit into, right? Of course, we had Mark Sargent on here a couple of weekends ago, and y'all had me sweating. I ain't even gonna lie, man. Y'all had me mad embarrassed, yo. Y'all were tearing that dude up. But Mark presented well. He presented very, very well. And he held his own. It was tough. Um, it happened to him again on David Weiss's channel, and it happened to him again on Flatzoid's channel. But I told him that this is something that he's going to have to expect um, here in the future. You know what I'm saying? And it is what it is. Like you guys are real. Y'all don't pull punches and you should never have to pull punches. You know what I'm saying? And you guys don't fuck around with people, and you need to be real with everybody. Don't ever be afraid. Always be the foundry, always be hot, and always be dangerous to people that are going to come around and try to lie to you. And if you feel there's lies somewhere in there, tear them up. Tear them up. Okay? Um but I feel that tonight is a little not special, but one of those nights where it's like Yeah, we're definitely going to get around to the flat earth, mainly because much of what's going on here in the United States may not have reached some of y'all that are not too familiar with the news that goes on here in the US, the things that go down. Nano CBD, how you doing, brother? It's good to see you, right? And the goings ons here. Uh I know Bro Sanchez, he touches on a lot of topics, right? That may loosely relate to flat earth. Um, and there are others out there. I'm sure there are, but you know, they're those they're the guys that I pretty much like watch, and a lot of you guys also watch. So we pretty much eat from the same dish. You know what I'm saying? Skeptic 936, good to see you, family. Welcome back, man. I haven't seen you in a minute, and it's real good to see you. Guys, listen, Skeptic 936 has his opinions. You leave him alone. Let him do what he needs to do. Don't be kicking motherfuckers out here like that, okay? He's a good dude. He's solid. All right. So Skeptic 936, welcome, brother. Nano CBD, welcome, sir. It's good to have you back. I haven't seen you in ages, right? And all right, so before I jump to that, I kind of want to show you guys something. And I think you guys see it as well. Maybe you don't give it much credence, but this is something that I feel that maybe we should start keeping our eye on and just calling it out. Every time we see it, we just need to call it out. And this is what I'm talking about right here. Before I get down to brass tacks, here we go right here. So it says right here, Doge helps the Coast Guard save nearly 33 million by eliminating ineffective IT program. So there you go. There you go. Every day you see some 33 something. 33 something. Right now that number is 33 million. And so I don't know if you guys could see it that well, but I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to blow it up, right? And so why is that? And exactly 33 LOL. And so I know it looks crazy and I know it makes us sound crazy and weird, but here's the thing. These guys are setting off a bat signal. It's an it's a bat signal of some sort. What they're trying to say, I have no idea. Who they're trying to say it to, I have no idea, right? But the fact is, they're setting off the bat signal. And these guys, of course, they rounded it up 33 million by eliminating an ineffective IT program known as logistics LIMS, the CG LIMS or the Coast Guard LIMS, right? Logistics Information Management System. All right. I'm not even going to get into logistics information management system. Basically, probably it's like a little organizer, right? It's like a systems organizer for guys that run logistics in the Coast Guard. In the Navy, we had so many different management systems that we used. We had Tums's, we had if you were in the service, you have so many different management systems. And a lot of times they go from paper to electronic or have gone from paper to electronic. The Coast Guard, this is no different right here. So Doge feels that they're doing good work by getting rid of this thing and saving 33, what is it, billion or million? 33 million. Yes. Saved $33 million. Now, here's the thing. We're never going to see that fucking money, right? All this shit's getting expensive and everything else. It's a fucking joke. It's a farce. However, again, their bat signal's gone off. So my thing is I'm saying all that to say, guys, keep your eyes open. Keep your eyes open when you see it. Call it out. Save that motherfucker. And you need to expose it. Yell it from the mountaintops. If you don't get it, you see that number. If you don't get it, you don't understand it, that's fine. Maybe it's not for you to get and understand at the time, but maybe it may add to somebody else's puzzle. So you need to make that call. Make that call. I'm talking about the person in the camera. Oh, yeah. Make that call. You know what I'm saying? That's corny, but whatever. Y'all know what the hell I'm talking about. Anyway. Um, I'm not trying to avoid tonight's topic, but of course, you guys saw in the thumbnail, you saw a picture of Uncle Sam, um, and a pile of books that are being set ablaze, right? And well, um, that's pretty much what's going on here. We talk about it often here, every once in a while, not often, every once in a while. We discuss how the library's starting to go. There's an old African saying, right? It says that when the old man dies, the African burns down. No, not the African. Oh, well, the old man's already dead, right? But when the old man dies, the library burns down. So, if you've never if you've never heard that proverb, that's a real like no shit African proverb. Basically, what that means, I'm sure you guys understand, but what they're saying is as you lose the people that have come before us, we lose some of the knowledge, right? No matter how much of that information you try to hold on to, how much of it is applied, learned, tribal, whatever, you try to hold on to that information. But as soon as that person's gone, a portion of that library is gone with them as well. So people are dying every day. This is Earth, right? And along with these people dying, we're not really giving much reverence or credence to those that have come before us. We're not Many of us might not be asking our mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, or aunts and uncles, or just the old folks around us, right? A lot of this information. I'd say one of the best examples is when David Weiss went out there to that old folks home in like Connecticut and asked that old lady Ruth. He's like, Ruth, what was it that they taught you about the earth back in 1921? Ruth is 103 years old, guys, right? So David Weiss was also over there asking that lady Ruth. So that's like a perfect example. And that's just one lady, right? That centenarian. So she had her version of what was going down in the world during that time. So many of us might not be fortunate to come across a centenarian, especially one that has all their facilities, right? And they can tell us about the world that was there when they were around. Um, and don't worry, I'm getting to the point. I'm getting to the point, but I'm just building for it, right? Uh, we've got a lot of books. We've got a lot of books. There are a lot of great books out there that are old, that are not just old, but also expensive. Um, I remember when I was in college, we had something called overstock.com. Overstock.com was where you went to get cheap books. The same books that you could find over at Nassau Community College, you went to overstock.com, you could get it at a discount price, right? If you didn't have somebody already selling it at a discount price. This is while at the same time they were battling with Amazon and eBay, and they were selling books, right? So these places were known for selling their books. eBay was more of the market that sold everything. And then Amazon got big on the books, and then Amazon turned into selling everything, and Amazon just sells everything, right? Give it some time, Amazon's going to sell insurance at some point. But right, so with them doing that, uh it progressed to now Amazon has basically taken the reins of not only selling everything, but also selling books. If you're looking for a book, you're going to go to Amazon, right? If there's a certain type, even if you don't want to buy that book, right? You want a certain title of the physical copy of that book, one would go to Amazon. That's perfectly fine. Um, One of the things I'll spit game to y'all, right? One of the things I like to do is I'll do two searches. If I'm looking for a book, especially an old book, I'll go to both Amazon, I'll also go to eBay. But the way it works, a lot of times Amazon is linked to eBay to where if you find it on Amazon, they're kind of purchasing through eBay at the same time, if that makes sense. And basically what that does is if you buy it from Amazon, the person's like going to send it from eBay. It's strange, but I see what it is they're doing. I see it and I get it. So basically, if you're looking for a certain book and it's not at Amazon, there's a good chance that that same exact book might not be at eBay. Why is that important? Okay. Very important because, like I said, one of the things we're starting to notice, especially in this community, is that um, is that uh, when wait, where was I? I'm over here having a stroke. Excuse me. Oh yeah. Professor Phil, how you doing, sir? How you doing, sir? Rumham Solo, how you doing, sir? How you doing? Good to see y'all. Good to see y'all. So, yeah, again, I apologize for that, y'all. Whew. But we're starting to notice that these books are disappearing. If they're not all flat out disappearing, then they're super expensive. So if you go to Amazon and you really don't trust Amazon and you think you could just trust eBay, or excuse me, not eBay, but eBay, that might not fully be the case. Maybe you can sometimes, but the books are still going to be expensive. One of the examples that I use is that book that I always talk about. It's called The Lost Boys of Bird Island, right? Lost Boys of Bird Island, which talks about uh, probably one of my favorite, more recent books that I read like 2 years and change ago, right? But if you look for it on Amazon, you're going to pay up anywhere upwards around like 3,500 bucks. If you look for it on eBay, you'll pay a different price. Now, if you go to eBay and you look for that book, you'll know what I'm talking about. You'll see what the contents of that book is. Let's put it like this. The author of the book ended up committing suicide by pumping two rounds in the back of his dome. Yeah. So they had to wax that dude and they had to wax him quick. Um, so that's like a perfect example of them burning the books. They're doing their best. And really, ultimately, what they want to do is leave you with a Kindle. And one of the things that I learned from Sav is that he's like, yeah, the Kindle. I'm like, yeah, I don't do electronic books really. But with the Kindle, of course, kindling is used for what? For burning stuff, right? To start fires, to aid with starting fires, kindling. Yeah. So they're making sure they put all this nonsense on Kindle to where either they change the wording or you have the book for a limited time, then after a while it disappears. You no longer have that book available. So I understand there are those of us that like to read. That's fine. There are those of us that have taken it a step further and they've put their Kindle to work and they like to read the electronic copies of stuff, which is fine. But don't forget that you must have uh, a physical copy of these books. Like I can't stress enough. I've almost come to detest having an electronic copy of a book. Now there's a time and a place for everything. These things are necessary. I'm not saying that they're not, but you definitely want to have a physical copy of whatever the book is, especially if it's an older text. You want to have a copy. Now, why am I saying that? As of late, I don't know if you guys are really familiar with it, but Donald Trump, since he's become the president, of course, we know it's all a joke, this, that, the third. I get it. But Donald Trump, since he has become the president, he has been making a concerted effort to what he says is, removing all these publications or basically all these traces of DEI. What does DEI stand for? If you're not from here, it stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion. So, automatically off the bat, what a lot of folks tend to envision or imagine is when people think of DEI, people think of melanated people like me. They think of black people like me. That's like their first instinctive thought. That's like the first image that comes to mind. Things like DEI and affirmative action. First thing people think is the Montgomery the Montgomery boycotts, Martin Luther King, the civil rights movement, and melanated people. Um but I can tell you uh, that a lot of times these programs don't, they really don't serve us. I, I I don't know how else I could tell you, but they don't serve black people like that, right? They tend to serve other, I guess you could say, marginalized uh, communities, more margin. They tend to serve uh, women that are not black more like this, right? White women more, other people other than black people. Why it's like that? Listen, I don't make the fucking rules. I don't make it. I just don't. But that's how it is out here, right? Um, and so again, he has made a concerted effort around the nation to remove all these publications that have authors that have written about things like their struggle being within a certain institution, right? Now, for example, they might have a book from, say, Tyler. I'm just using Tyler Perry as an example, right? Tyler Perry, A Good Man is Hard to Find, and then something along the lines of where there's some struggle involved, the book is removed from the institution. And some of the institutions that I'm talking about are like the Naval Academy, the Air Force Academy, right? Um, what's the other one? The Army's version of the Naval Academy. I forgot. Geez, not Fort Benning, not the Citadel. I forgot the name. West Point. Yes, West Point, right? So he's having all of these publications that black folks uh largely have produced, books upon books, volumes upon volumes, but it doesn't end there. It doesn't end with the books. Achievements, Medal of Honor winners, right? Medal of Honor winners, current Medal of Honor winners, posthumously awarded these awards. They remove it. They've removed it. And nobody's really talking about it the way they should be talking about it, right? And I'm sitting back and I'm looking at it and I'm like, huh, well, that that sucks that this has to happen. And it sucks that me as a black person, right, is watching this and it's as if it's an affront to the black community. But it's not just the black community. This is what I want you guys to understand, right? Every time every time. I want you guys to just take a step back. And I'm not saying a woe is me. I'm not saying we're victims, even though we are. We are all victims. I promise you that. I mean, of course, we're the test bed, right? We're the ones to get it first, but then it makes its way to you guys next. But we all get it, right? We all get that work. So they try it on us first. This is something that I want you guys to keep your eyes open about. They do these things to black people first. They make you think, because here's the thing, what they want you to do is they want you to have buy-in. They want you to buy into that. They want you to buy into all of that, right? They want you to say, hey, you know what? I don't need that black book in there. Why do I need to be taught this black information? This is why they started with, hey, we don't want critical, they call it critical race theory. Kind of like when you say the flat earth is a theory. No, it's not a theory. It is what it is. So when black people were beat, hung, which they're still beat and hung, in a lot of places in the US. Maybe you don't know about it. You still have places that they call sundown towns. And if you don't know what a sundown town is, you need to find out, right? They still have these places. And this isn't like 1934 Selma, Alabama. We're talking about 2025, the United States. You still have these places. Some of them are in New York still. Believe it or not, it's true, right? And so they're doing these things, and then again, a lot of us as Americans, but not us, are buying into it. We're buying into it because you're thinking, well, it only affects the blacks. It just affects the blacks. I'm getting to a point. This is not a civil rights talk or nothing like that. I'm getting to a point and why you need to be aware of this. Because again, we're the test bed. Critical race theory, it's not a theory. These things happen. Like flat earth, again, it's not a theory. The earth is flat. It's not a theory. It's just a fact, right? And so a lot of this information, which they don't want taught in schools. So do you know effectively what they're doing? They're removing history again of whether you want to call certain people bad or you want to believe that certain people are good or bad. History is being removed, which means his story is being altered. Because when you remove certain things from being present, now you have to fill in those gaps because there is no missing time. You understand what I'm saying? Or there is no missing instances. Or there could be, but then you could just you need to put something in its place, right? So I need y'all to like totally keep an eye out on that. Keep your eyes open on this because it's happening real time. You understand what I'm saying? It's not just, the maps. The maps is a great example of that. The maps is an old school example of that. It was like around 1636 where they stopped producing the North Pole maps, where they showed the polar regions. They totally abandoned it. 1636 was the last polar region map that they showed. Now, just because they don't show the polar region doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, because they understood that this was a place, this was a thing. These were things happening within that place. You understand what I'm saying? And so now they're acting as if, oh, never existed, doesn't exist, it's not there, nothing to look at over here. But people back then understood that this is what is here. So much so that if you look at each one of those polar regions in the North Pole, they all say the same thing right here. This is split up into 19 individual islets. This is how the water flows. 5 rivers coming in, one coming in, one coming out, one coming in, one coming out. A 33-mile wide mountain in the middle that reaches past the clouds, right? It comes up with the same Latin jargon in the middle. They were very familiar with this place, but after time, I guarantee you a lot of people weren't looking at that. A lot of people weren't thinking, oh, well, we need that. A lot of people were like, big deal. We just get rid of it. But like, what's the big deal? Everybody, here's the thing. They took for granted that everybody knew that could read, or that could read a map. I'm going to assume, right? Everybody knew what was in the North. Everybody knew what was in the North until they die out. And until they start to erase the maps, or until little by little, if you look at those polar regions, what happens is some of them start to fade. Some of those places in the North begin to disappear until now you have much of the North that's not discovered at all. And then now you start to not tell the story anymore. And then you replace the old original story with some shit that you decide to make up. This is exactly what they're trying to do as we speak. So they're putting in place in the United States, like I said, they're removing. Donald Trump is doing his best to get his friends and everybody else. If it's not Donald Trump, it's somebody else. I'm not going to lay the blame at just his feet. All these people are no good. All these people are evil. All these people are crooked. They're just not good. You understand? And so they figure we need to remove their history. And our history, of course, is American history. Now, all you guys that aren't American, sure, you could say whatever, it has nothing to do with me, but it definitely has a lot to do with you. Because you just saw that little news clip that I sent, that I showed everybody, that 33 right there. There is a concerted effort, not just in the United States, but also around the world, to remove all of this pertinent information that could keep us abreast as to what's going on. And maybe to us, we may think, well, I don't need to know that. You absolutely do. You absolutely do. Because if you don't think that you do, well, look at us now. We're now just figuring out that the world is flat. That's why you need to know. I'm 46, excuse me. I try to lie and say I'm 45. I'm really 46. 46 years old. I'm now figuring out that this place isn't what it is. I'm now figuring out that those lights in the sky ain't what they are. We're now. So it's not just me, right? All of us are starting to learn this stuff together. And I think we're learning as fast as we can, because it seems as if the days are just leaving us faster and faster. Probably as we get older, we just age faster. I don't know what it is, but we need to figure it out fast. We need to get better at this whole thing. And so they've done it with the critical race theory. They're doing it with the DEI. And Before you know it, it's going to go from black books to a woman author, their books. Then it's going to go to whoever's Indian that's writing books, their books, and then so on and so forth until they keep what they feel is going to further their agenda in how we can learn, right? If you and what I mean by that is this. So um all these courses that we take, all these classes that we've taken when we were kids, when we were in high school and everything else. Like, for example, chemistry, physics, biology, this one, that one, mathematics. Back in the day, they would have referred to those classes, and and when I mean back in the day, like hundreds of years ago, right? If you were learning that stuff, those would have been called like the philosophies, right? And the philosophies would have been like a blend. It would have been a blend of learning and a blend of education that you got. And usually it was people with this or at here's the thing. Okay, now that we're relearning this world, what I'm starting to realize is that the stuff that we were taught about those people back then might be an absolute fucking lie. So when I say back in the day, I'm going based off of what I was taught and what I've been reading and what I've read. But apparently it was only the rich that had access to certain information. Now we're starting to see why it's only rich people that have access to certain information. It makes so much fucking sense. You understand what I'm saying? So these guys would go ahead and they would learn the maths, the sciences, the biologies, chemistries, physics, alchemy, right? And just throw it all together, the philosophies. The philosophies. You learn how to read because you got to read in order to read what the hell it is you're trying to learn. Simple, plain and simple, right? And then you apply what it is that you're learning. Now they've got it to where everything is super divided. A lot of people are like, yes, I failed math, but I passed physics. And I'm like, how you do that? Or I got an F in math and I got an A in physics. And I'm like, they're kind of related, but it's weird how our education system is. So much so that I don't know. I really don't know about this education system, but I know it's not serving us. It is not here for to better us. It's not. It really isn't. YouTube is a great example of that. You can find a lot of bang up good stuff from YouTube, but at the same time, the good stuff you won't find on YouTube, or it's going to be buried deep someplace. Um, David Weiss did a great job at putting information that was hard to find on his app. Now that thing is no more. They did a great job getting rid of him and getting rid of that app, man, but it's no more. They're doing their best to burn the books. Here's another thing. Um we need to pay attention as to why this is important. A lot of people don't know about the history of this place in some of our lifetimes. We've got people in here that are a little older, right? We've got shout out Professor Phil. How you doing, sir? Good to see you. Um Maria Walker, how you doing, sis? It's good to see you as well. Shout out to Maria Walker. Shout out Maria Walker. Franklin Loza Peredo, how you doing, sir? It's good to see you. Good to see you. And I know I missed you. I know I missed you. I know I missed you. 16 Alpha, how you doing, brother? It's good to see you, man. Good to see you. Tell it all now. Welcome, brother. Welcome, welcome. Jim Anus, how you doing, fam? Good to see you. Jim Anus is in the house. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Jim Anus. And shout out to Jim Anus. Make sure you sub to his channel. He's got some amazing stuff. I don't know where Lev Kung Shaolin is. But anyway, the point that I was making, you've got people in their 70s that are here. Now, you don't have to have you don't have to have lived at any point in the United States. But the fact is that you are in your 70s. You congratulations, you're in your 70s, right? Not too many people make it there. And to be 70 and healthy and with a sound mind, shout out to you. I wish you 70 more years, right? Hey, Look at that. I appreciate you guys, man. I made 1,000. I made 1,000 subs. Shout out to you guys for getting me there. I appreciate y'all, family. Hip hip hooray. Hip hip hooray. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. Let's continue. Shout out to y'all. Thank you for that, JJ. I appreciate y'all. Foundry, I just made 1,000 subs, but we'll talk on that later. Um, so uh for all of y'all that understand that you're in your 70s, that means you've been around uh now from 1955 on up. So there's a lot of this world that we're not familiar with, right? There's a lot of this world that you take for granted that you know that we'll never know, us in our 40s. And then the same thing could be said for those in their 20s right now, right? There's a lot of a world that they'll never know that we've taken for granted. For example, the rotary phone, the VCR, right? Phone books, things of that nature. Guys in the 50s, guys that were born in the 50s and that went into the 60s, they probably had them phones where you took that joint, you took that thing, you put it up to your ear, and then you were like click, 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 like an episode of the Munsters. You know what I'm saying? Guys in their 50s did that. Guys in their 50s did turntables and everything, like the vinyls, the thick, thick vinyls, right? Guys in there in that were born in the 50s got to see that. We'll never understand that. So there are things that you learn as you become more senior that we've taken for granted, that I'm never going to see, that the people after me are never going to see, so on and so forth. It's just the nature of the beast. These guys, I'm telling you, they are making a concerted effort to make you think that a lot of this information that we're taking on board is, it's whatever it is. It comes and then it goes. You don't need it anymore. You don't need it. You don't know how many times people have told me like all kinds of crazy stuff. Like Harmon was talking about how he knew about the first interracial marriage in South Africa, like it was in the 50s or the 60s or something like that. No, it was in the 70s or something like that. Harmon's not old, but he's old, much older than me, right? Like he's got me by 20 years or something, right? And so for him to see something like that, like, and to remember that, to be able to remember that in order to pass information off to me, I never would have thought to have looked to know something like that. I've got this map behind me right here, right? That you've got all these places, right? That are, and I gotta fix my damn, I gotta fix my dang picture right up there. But you've got so many places, like right there in Africa. You've got in South Africa a country called Rhodesia, currently called Zimbabwe. Right there in India, right? All the way there in India, you can't see it, but it's right there. You've got an island off the southeast coast of India called Sri Lanka, which was formerly known on that map. It's called Ceylon. Ceylon, not, or like Cylon, those robots from Battlestar Galactica, right? All these countries, you got the Soviet Union at the top, or the Soviet Union, the USSR. Now it's called like the Commonwealth of Independent States or the Russian Federation, some stuff like that. Um, Out there, right there in Southeast Asia, you've got instead of Taiwan, I think you've got like Siam or something like that. You've got all these places. Nobody would know that. Nobody would. A lot of us might not know that if we didn't have something like this around. And to them, or to us rather, we might think, hey, you know what? I don't need to know that. I don't need to know that. But just think. I just need us to think how much we've lost because of how much we've thought, and we figured, we took for granted that the next generation should know. Think about how much information we've lost that way. And we've left it to quote unquote leadership to just pass that information off as, hey, they should know this because everybody knows that. Like at one point, everybody knows that in the North Pole, all these bodies are here. Like you've got these 4 states, right, surrounding Rupus Negra. Everybody knows that. Oh, we sure as hell don't, right? It's kind of funny because you had that guy that was being interviewed by Walter Cronkite, old black slave, like 130 years old. And to think that people live to be that long, to be that old. You understand what I'm saying? Interviewed, I'm sure you guys might have seen him, where he said he he was a slave, and then he saw one of the presidents get assassinated. Um, and he also didn't believe that we landed on the moon. Obviously, he had information that he retained. Do you understand how big that is? That even though on Judas's channel he made a joke about it, like making fun of the guy and his accent, it was still telling how that man could have remembered something because he knew that there is no way you could land on the moon. How could somebody know that? How could you just know that? As much as I know that this is a pen and I use this to write things with, right? And it's a fountain pen. As much as I know that, he knew that there's no going to the moon. But saying old information to people coming into a world in which we're taught this place is this place is something totally foreign, where that's not the case to a person that had lived to understand what this place truly is. To a new place, that foreign place is foreign to him but not to us. It makes total sense, which it really doesn't. But to him it doesn't make any sense. How could the world be spinning, right? And so everything that old person says, that like that old 130-year-old slave, everything that he says is now he's crazy. He's crazy. Like, don't listen to him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Do you know how much information we've lost that way? Do you know how many books we've totally just ignored? Like, well, astrology book, we don't need it no more. Get it out of here. How many books are gone? I think I told you guys a story about how I used to go to my town library, right? Used to go to the library every year, and every year I'd bring my this is before I joined the service. I'd bring my dad's duffel bag, army duffel bag with me, and then I would go to the library. I started out with a book and it said as many books as you could carry out, $1. I'd go there and I would take all their analog magazines, boom. I would take all their dang horror books, boom, sci-fi books, boom, all these books. I take them all, boom. And then they were like, hey, we didn't use your dollar yet, so if you want more of these books, come back. You don't have to bring just a box. And I was like, shit, all right, cool, bet. So I would run to my house, and then house was like around 2 miles away. I'd run to the house, go grab my dad's duffel bag, come right back, fill that joker up full of books, leave, dump the books off. And my parents were like, oh my God, what are you doing? Then I'd come back and then I'd rinse and repeat, do it again. These were old books. And this is just one library in one place in New York. This is what all these libraries do every single year. They burn these books, they get rid of them. And once they're gone, they are gone. Apparently, Google is going around making sure that they archive all the books, right? Making you've got a couple of these things. They're making sure they grab all these books, document all these books, get them all digitized, right? And then what do they say after they get them all digitized? What do they say? They're like, we don't need these physical copies. They can be gone. What's the problem with that? What do you think's the problem with that? I find a couple of problems right off the top. One, Google's the only one that's got access to all those publications. The only one. Unless they want to sell copies and rights to this person, that person. They're the only one. That's number one. Number two, who's to say then especially with AI, especially with Photoshop and everything, Who's to say that they can't go in there and they can't change all that stuff in there? They've already done it with the scriptures. We've seen it, right? You've got all these different Bibles, the American Bible, the this Bible, the that Bible, the Mormon Bible, this one, that one, and they're all worded different, which means they're all null and void. They're useless. All of them are useless. You start messing with the words in the Bible, it's you mess with the Bible. You it's useless now. I don't know if the Quran has to suffer the same thing. I don't know. I really don't. I would imagine they do, but then I'm speculating. I don't know. I'm taking a guess, but I do know that the Bibles, they've been going through it, right? They get changed, they get washed out. Um, there was a recording that I made on one of my previous episodes where the Bible is now going AI has changed the Bible, and now some of the American Bibles are saying that Sarah and Abraham had two dogs named like Roger and Fred or some shit like that. Like it's so bizarre. I couldn't believe what I was reading, but I was like, they're making a concerted effort to change these books. They're changing our history, and they're doing it right in front of our faces. This is how we got here. This is exactly how we got here. And so I'm giving it to you now in from my perspective. And I know I started out, and a lot of people I get it. A lot of people are going to say it's not the black race, it's the human race. Sure. I trust me, I got it. Okay. I got it. But this is what the governments understand, right? They understand that a lot of times black people, we're pariahs. We're considered like the pariahs of all the races here. We just are, right? We're at the bottom. They put us at the bottom. I hate to have to say stuff like that, but it is what it is, right? It is what it is. But the thing is we give it to you straight. We don't sit there, we don't mince words, we give it to you straight. We don't hide things from y'all, right? And so with that comes a lot of it comes a very, very tough history. A tough history that, though I don't think it's a shameful history. I think it's one of those things that help us build character, right? And it makes you tough. And that tough stuff is what a lot of people want when they don't have it. They want all the fire, they don't want any of that smoke though. That's how it is, right? And so that's it makes you become it makes you evolve to become different when you deal with some shit and you become resilient enough to power through it, right? And so people see that, people recognize that, but people, if they had the choice and they could stay whatever they are and not be black, that's what they want to stay, right? And there ain't nothing wrong with that, man. I love being black. I love being who I am. But we get to see things from a perspective that's unique strictly to us because we've had that family member, or it might have been us that might have been harmed by the system in a particular way just because of the color of our skin. Or it might have been a family member that had land stolen from them here in the United States. Or it might have been a family member that got arrested and harmed by the police here in the United States. And for all you guys in different countries that are experiencing much of the same thing that are not black, shout out to you. I hope I pray. I'm going to pray for you. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to pray for you. I wouldn't want that to happen to anybody. I don't care what color you are. But I'm just giving it to you from this unique experience just so I can lend a perspective for you guys to understand where you as a flat earther, how you need to kind of see things, right? See them through the eye, like see them through the eyes of a black person, because that's you're getting a taste of that being a flat earther. I don't know how, like you're not getting the full experience, I promise you. You're just getting a taste of it just because of what you believe. Just because of what you believe. That's it. Just because of what you believe. And it's a sad reality. I'm sure a lot of you guys pay your bills. I'm sure a lot of you guys pay your mortgage or whatever. You go to work, you take care of your kids, you raise animals, you grow plants, you do all the stuff everybody else do, right? You don't harm nobody. You try to raise good kids, right? You just have a belief and you have a belief system. And because of that, and because people find out about that, you're going to be labeled and you're going to be targeted, and they won't forget about it. They won't forget about it. And everywhere you go, they're going to tell people about your shit. And then everybody is going to be looking at you like you crazy. Now, whether those people decide they want to change or not, that's all on them, man. We can't force them. All we could do is provide that information. But just take a look. I'm saying all that because I want you to understand what us as flat earthers have been experiencing. Me, I'm used to shit like this. I'm just used to shit like this. And I'm sure there are a lot of black folks that are flat earthers. We've seen it before. We're like, oh, here they go again with that same bullshit, right? Just a different, same shit, different day, right? Ice cream again, just a different flavor, right? But it's still fucking ice cream, right? It's still the same consistency. It's still the same thing, and it's still the same stuff that you're going to deal with. You're going to deal with. And what I'd like for you to recognize as well, guys, is that it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. I want you to realize that we're in a special time, right? And just because it's bad, just because things are tough, doesn't mean that it's bad. That's what I wanted to say. Just because things are tough doesn't mean it's bad. What it also means is that there are opportunities out there, and that when it's tough like this is where you need to get down and grind. One of the things I recognized when I was in the service is anytime things got hard, things got bad, I said, it's bad now because it's not going to be that bad for long. And whatever's on the other side, it's worth it. That's the only reason why it sucks right now. So what I would do is I would get down and I would just power through it. Whatever it was, I would just power through it. And then lo and behold, whatever was on the other side, it was free and clear. And I didn't have knots in my stomach anymore. Right. It's a little bit. Yeah, it's a little bit. It's one of them things. Yes, Miss Chan, Marcy Chan, how you doing, sis? It's good to see you. We want to understand one another. We need to walk a mile in each other's shoes. Exactly. Exactly. And so if you see it, if you see these things, if you're experiencing these things, you're on the right path. And one thing about us flat earthers, we're not going to change. We know this place for what it is, but understand that there's more to it, right? There's more to it. There's being black and also being a flat earther at the same time. Black folks understand. Not saying that you don't understand because you're white. But if you don't know, you don't know, and that's not your fault, right? But it's a reality. It is a reality. So this is something that I'd spoken about a few weeks ago on the channel in regards to Professor Dave, Godfrey, and Lord Jamar. Y'all remember that, right? And why it was such a big deal, and why I was like yelling to the mountains from the mountaintops about how about how big a deal, and why it's important for us to discuss this now before it gets out of hand. Well, it's gotten to a point to where you've got people that went on a big giant march. There was there was a turnout of like 600,000 people in the streets marching this weekend in protest to everything, right? But here's the thing. When you think of protests in the United States, a lot of us talk about, Million Man March, the George Floyd joint that just went down recently in 2020. Yeah, 2020. We think of protests, we think of the Montgomery, we think of civil rights and everything. And a lot of times we are like the the poster child of protest here in the United States. It's like black men, black women. We are the poster child, right? They show the water hoses, they show the dogs, they show, police out there with the billy club beating somebody and everything. You just had those protests here in the United States. Guess what? Not a one of them was black. No black people out there. Do y'all understand how big that is? Do y'all understand what that means? Do y'all understand what that means? Not just for this country, but just for the world. And I don't want to make it seem like the whole world revolves around the United States. But do you understand what that implies? Do you understand what that's saying? And for everybody that's black that doesn't live in the United States and you're not familiar with that going down, that's what happened. There was 600,000 people on the streets protesting the prices of things going up, the people losing their jobs because of Doge or whatever, right? The tariffs that Donald Trump is out there imposing. Like, there's so many reasons. There was no one reason as to why people were out there protesting. They were out there. Tesla, all those Tesla cars falling apart at like the same time. It's ridiculous. And people are so mad and frustrated that they're out on the street, but not one of them, like, you don't have any black people on the street. You know why? We're tired. A lot of us are tired. And a lot of us are like, we've said this already like 1,000 times, but nobody wanted to listen. So everything that I've said up to this point, you hear what I'm saying? You had people that have been saying the same thing for hundreds upon hundreds of years, and nobody wanted to listen. But now that people want to be upset, those people that have been talking are silent. We're silent. A lot of us are silent. I'm speaking about it because I figured I'd let y'all in. I'll talk to y'all about it. Fuck, why not? I think this is something that's important and worth talking about. But pay attention, because like I said, whatever the government decides they want to do to a people, they do it to us first. We're not participating in all these crazy ass these protests anymore, because it doesn't if we go out there, the police would be out there. And another thing is with these protests, these last protests, this last weekend, there were no police out there. There were no police stopping anyone out there. There were no police in riot. There was nobody in riot gear. They just let motherfuckers just protest. That's it. Whereas if it was black people, you already know what would have happened. You know what would have happened. We would have been antagonized and everything else. And you would have heard that, oh my God, it was a torrent of black folks. It was like the Rodney King riots of 1992. Oh Lord, have mercy. OJ Simpson. You would have heard it all. And it would have really set a tone in America like it normally does. But it's different these days. I want y'all to pay close attention, because basically the point I really want to drive home is that a lot of what, I'm not saying everything now. I'm not saying everything, but a lot of what the black struggle is, like, you could find that here in the flat earth community. You can find it here. You'll find many of those same elements in the flat earth. You'll find the same thing. And so if you want to know how to move, if we want to get smarter on how to move or how to make our community stronger, just look at the black movement. Pay attention. Just pay attention. A lot of the shit that we've gone through is a lot of the stuff that either we're going through or we're going to go through. We're going to experience much of that, and it's coming soon. It may not be what you want to hear, may not be something that you want to believe, but it's coming soon. It sure is. It sure is. Just any day now, they're going to call one of us a terrorist. You know what it is. You know what it is, man. They pull the same trick, man. They do the same trick. Somebody gonna go run up in damn ShopRite or something like that, spray down a bunch of people, leave a note behind and say, "Oh man, I hate all black people, and I hate, Swedge, and I'm a flat earther, by the way, and the world is flat." Y'all know it's gonna happen. Or they might be like, "Oh man, it'll be somebody that they say is a black dude and be like, I hate white people and I'm a flat earther." And you already know what's going to happen. We're going to be labeled and we're going to be targeted. It's coming. Like, I don't want it to happen, but my thing is this, is that us as flat earthers, true earthers, one of the things that we are really good at is we're good at calling shit before it happens. You know what I'm saying? We're really good at calling shit before it happens. And family, I understand. I ain't got too many melanated people in our midst in the foundry. But for all the melanated people that are here, family, I love y'all. I love y'all. I love y'all just as much as I love the non-melanated people, right? But like, just listen to a melanated person. They'll tell you. I ain't gotta tell you. And if a melanated person is not a flat earther, they ain't got it. I mean, they could tell you. They could tell you just as much as I'm telling you. Uh-huh. They could find the same elements in the black community in this community. Same thing. And we're a big old gumbo of people in the flat earth community. And that's something to hold on to, but understand what the enemy is preparing to do, and that they're trying to do the same thing. They're going to do the same thing to everybody else, but they're going to use us. They're going to do the same thing to us in this community. I'm just letting you know because I see it. Any black person, especially a flat grandma used to say knows. She knows. Erica knows. She could tell you she probably sees the same thing and she's like, "Oh, this looks very familiar. Been there, done that." And so when it comes, she'd be like, well, doesn't surprise me. Uh-uh. So I'm saying this as like a precautionary thing, right? Just getting you guys ready for what's to possibly come. Be wary, keep your eyes open. You know you can't trust these people. You know they're liars, right? We already know that. We've established that. But we've got to get ready to weather the storm. But with this change, with these guys acting the way they're acting, putting out all these bat signals, 33 here, 33 there. It's one thing I recognize, is that they're desperate. They're desperate. They're not expecting us to act a certain way. They're not expecting us to speak a certain way. I bet you they didn't expect us flat earthers to not fall for the final experiment. I bet you they didn't expect that shit. They didn't. But here we are. We're in the middle of that storm. And so they're going to bring everything that they can. Part of that is destroying the books. Part of that is removing the history. Whoever history it is, they want it gone. Whoever's history it is that keeps this thing running, that keeps it together, they don't want it. They want it gone. And if it helps us to understand what this place is any better, they definitely don't want it. They want that gone. I'm telling you. Keep your eyes open. Keep your eyes open. So that's it for that right there. What I'm going to do, family, is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to drop this link in here, man. I want y'all go ahead, chew on that. I appreciate you guys being here with us tonight. We're here in the foundry where it's nice and warm. These chilly spring nights hasn't been as warm as it was earlier in the spring, but whatever, man. It's better than 30 degrees, I think. Delicioso. Yeah, man. So, lot going on. You just had a kid go ahead and just some crazy stuff, man. I don't even think I want to talk about that. Sam, How you doing,
What,
brother? How's everything, man?
what's going on? Everything okay? I won't be able to
Everything's
stay too
solid,
long.
man.
I won't be able to stay too long because I gotta go. But I just wanted to tell you that it was what you said was great because when you think about it, what they've done to the Africans, like coming in, stealing them, destroying their civilizations, and deporting them and enslaving them. That their plan all along. That's what they do. That's what they're doing all over the place.
Yep.
So we have to be careful that they don't do that in
Yeah.
a much more harder way now, because everything is like going that direction. We're already slaved, you know
Hmm.
enslaved. You're already enslaved. So
We
we have
are.
to we can learn from the history of the Black Americans and the Africans and what's going on now in Africa. We can learn a lot because
We can't. You want to know something? I think a lot of people have no choice but to learn that, or
yeah.
they're going to get the same treatment.
Oh yeah, they already are in different forms, in different, because Africa is like it's a weak place, like easy to go there and just like grab whatever you want. Everything is for the taking. But with the other populations that they're doing the same, they're going to do the same thing, but with different forms.
But this is what I'm saying, man, is that we get to see it real time. And so like I'm doing my best to sound the alarm in in that, like we just see it and nobody's paying it any mind, but they're removing the stuff that we need. They're getting rid of the books, they're getting rid of the education, and then they're doing, and then with that they're silencing the voices. And I'm like people don't get it. But I think this is what makes us, I'm fortunate, we're fortunate, I know I'm fortunate being in this community and seeing that while we are in this community, like we get to see it being played out, because now we're kind of going in reverse and looking at the history backwards, but putting other pieces together because they don't make sense because they're not properly placed. And we're like, oh, well, this couldn't have happened because this is what's real. So that right there is not possible, or so on and so forth, where it's like, no, this couldn't have happened like this could have possibly happened like this, to where the rest of the history starts to gel and make a little bit more sense. And maybe we don't have everything, we don't have to have everything yet, but I think what's important is that we get glimpses of it. We get we understand some of it, but the biggest takeaway from it is that we understand why it's being done. I think
well,
having to or thinking that we understand why, and understanding that it's being done, right? To at least see that, shit, it's happening. You know what I'm saying? It's actually happening. Other people don't get it. And if they're not in this community, or if they're not in a community similar, they wouldn't understand. Like it would just totally over their head.
the point for us is just that we have to think. As long as you thinking, first of all, you remain human, and you can resist, you can evolve, you can improve yourself. But as soon as you don't think anymore, as soon as you let them do the thinking, it's over. It's like that's what's going on. With internet, with everything you have today. People don't just let the system drive them. Wherever the system wants. It's like it's interesting to see that thinking, reasoning, thinking is always going to lead you to understanding. Always. If you want to look for the truth, you cannot lose. Yeah, there's no losers in seeking the truth. That means that, again, what's important is always to think, just check things out. We don't have to know everything. We cannot know everything. We just have to know enough
Right.
to react, to act and react.
Right.
That's all. But
Right.
time always comes back on itself. That's the pattern of time. It always comes back. So the same stories, the same history comes back under different forms with different actors, and but it's always the same. It's always the same war, the same things. So what happened, to Africans, going to happen to us, and under different forms with different actors in different times. But it's the same thing:
Yep.
enslavement, destruction of our civilization, of our identity. And this is what what they do. How can you control like billions of people? You have to make them stupid, ignorant. You know, you have to spread amnesia
Yep.
and tell
And
them.
then right, and then really, what we get to experience and what we get, one of the big things is make one of them or two of them, the enemies, make them the
Yes,
big bad guy, and it's like that's the one you want to go after. That's who you want to look at. Meanwhile, a lot of them are so busy looking at us, thinking we're the problem, but it's like no, we're broke just like y'all. What the hell are you talking about? And then those guys are playing a sleight of hand game. You know what I'm saying? And then while they're doing that, they're burning the information, they're burning the books, they're
we
committing
have to,
crimes and burning the books
yeah,
consistently
and not only burning them, but replacing them with fake books, with
with
fake shit.
fake.
That's the same thing. That's what they do. They don't just make you, make everything disappear. In the Middle Age, the Catholic Church made disappear all the books. Nobody knew how to read, how to to nobody had books. They took all the books, for them, until they could manufacture, like, fake books, and just like. But that's the thing. We have a lot to learn from our books. For example, in the Bible, maybe what you guys don't know, but after all the miracles that Moses, made in Egypt, only 20% of the Jews left. Only 20%, 80% didn't want to live. After all the miracles, all the plagues, and all they
They were
they,
come. It
they
was
remain, and they're dead.
comfort.
They died there. So the thing is that knowledge and the truth is not for everybody. It's for an elite of people. If you want to think, if you want to reason, if you want to act and react, you're part of an elite. You understand? And this is what you have to understand. We are great people. We are giants. We have lots of power. And either you want to use that power, take it, or just leave it. And believe me, with everything we do, with everything, all the information we have on internet, and whatever you spread, whatever we spread, only a few people will understand, will accept it, and will be able to make it out. Not
Mhm.
everybody. We know that.
Yep.
So when I make my videos, I'm only address myself to, like, a very small amount of people. I don't care about convincing the whole world. Just let
Right.
me convince, like, one person. It's a victory. Two, three, four, five, and out of
That's
these
true.
five, there'll be 10 and 20, and but that's what matters. Not everybody will understand. It never happens.
No, no, no. And that's a concern is when you get so many people and it's like it looks a little fishy at that point,
Yeah,
especially
yeah.
these days, with the digital stuff. So to me, like I really value the I really value the chat that we got in here, the foundry. I really value these guys. I hold them to a very in a very high regard. My English all jacked up, y'all. Forgive me. So yeah, I really do, because to me that's like a proof in the pudding that quantity doesn't compare to quality,
Of course not.
not even close.
Not even
So
close.
it is the like I really pay attention to how these guys interact, what these guys and how these guys function and go about their business in the chat, because it's kind of like the pulse, it's kind of like the heartbeat of this whole thing. And I think it's very important, and I'm hoping that much of this quality of a chat spreads to other channels, right? Channels that are bigger, channels that have been here a little bit longer, channels that might have different types of content, but chats like this or this chat, right? In other chats doing the same thing and spreading the same kind of news, because now it's not just talking about the flat earth. Like we get it. The earth is fucking flat, man. We're like past that part. We're like
Yeah,
light years beyond that part.
of course.
We've beat that horse so hard that now it's like we could touch on it from time to time, but now it is the relation of what we're dealing with and how it works in concert with what we know.
Exactly. And I tell you something, when you check history, always in all the revolutions in the world, it was always a small group of people against another small group of people. In the middle, you got the masses. That's how
Mhm.
always how it works. And remember that, in order to fight an elite of people, because today it's a small elite of people that rules all that runs all the show. So in order to fight an elite of people, you need another elite of people. This is what we have to concentrate into building, like take the best of the best of the best and build around that. This is, you know, for me, basic logic, but
Mhm.
you know, we're getting there. We're getting there.
We're getting there. We're getting there. And yeah, I know we that's something that we definitely discussed, and that's something that we're actually working on. But yeah, uh-huh. My thing is that this place is so corrupt.
Oh
It
yeah.
is so it's like, I don't know if you ever heard of LimeWire. You ever heard of LimeWire?
No.
LimeWire was basically a database full of entertainment, music, and everything else like that. But the problem with all the LimeWire data, like all the data, like all the music, games, and all that stuff, it was like, like Pirate Bay, right, where you could get music, uh, internet stuff, where you could get all the songs and stuff, right? When you downloaded it onto your hard drive and your computer, it wrecked it. It put viruses, it put the song on there, it put all that stuff, but it put all that information, all that virus, everything in your computer. So I basically think about that. I compare that to our corruption is much the same way,
It's like
right?
poison. You know,
Yes,
you don't give poison like pure poison to somebody. You're gonna put it in the plate with, you know, everything he likes
you
to eat.
mix it in, right? You just
Yes,
mix it in, and no
of
matter how
course.
much you try to get rid of it, there's still a trace of it. You know what I'm saying? And this operation here in this country is so far gone. It is so it was so corrupted, and it's not necessarily it's in everything. It's in what we see on TV, it's in what we eat, it's in the water we drink, it's in the juice, it's in
Exactly.
literally in everything we consume,
Exactly.
everything.
You know about Louis the 14th, the French king. You know, Louis the 14th.
Louis the
The
14th.
you know it was a French king, like, you know,
Mhm.
300 years ago, something. And the guy used to eat every day. He used to take a very small dose of cyanide, in, you know, small dose, in order for his body to build
To an
antibodies
immunity, right?
and to resist to an eventual, you know, poisoning. And it worked. He lived, like, you know, he reigned for like 75 years. You understand? So that's also, we can learn from this also. Everything we do today, you know, in flutters, we do that. We eat that cyanide, you know, every day, and we're building an antibody, and we know the body know how to recognize, you know, bullshit when it sees it.
Absolutely.
And
Right.
this is, you know,
Because
so we
we've
can learn
taken it
how.
in an excessively high doses for over 40 years, some of us over 50, 60, 70 years.
Yeah,
Shout out to Professor
yeah,
Phil in the chat, and our sister Maria Walker. Right. And so yeah, a lot of us have been taking it for excessive years and years. So
yeah.
definitely, as soon as it comes within our midst, we recognize it, or we're really
Vaccinated.
good at picking it up. So like
Avec
now
40
they're
fois, des années fois.
they're doing their best, and I wonder if, like us, I'm not too worried about, right? Because once we pass information on, it tends to stick rather well. But I'm thinking more so the people on the outside, right? I don't think they recognize it. Like, these
No,
books are going to be gone, and then, like, once they're gone, it's like, sorry, they're gone.
especially the young generations. The young people today, they don't know nothing. They don't know shit. They don't know the young. I'm talking about the young, like, you know, the 15, 25, you know, 30 max. And you're gonna see that people that are, you know, attracted by knowledge are like people, like older people, like, you know, 35, 40, 50. But the young ones, first of all, the young ones are too busy. Also, they're busy with all building their lives and work and, you know, pleasures
Right.
and stuff. But you see that today they don't know. The new generations don't know nothing. They're totally ignorant. Here in Israel, all over the place. It's like, and they don't care.
Right.
That's the new style. You know, you don't care. You're like, you're cool because you don't care.
You
I don't
don't
care
care,
about
right?
nothing. It's your problem. That's not my problem. So
So I mean, there must have been a few generations of people just like them. We might have been a generation like that at some point, because look, we have a whole we just figured we're refiguring out what this world actually is. So can you imagine how many people just didn't care, or how many people were like, oh, or just took for granted
Well,
what they thought other people knew?
I think, when I take, for example, my grandfather, those were people that cared. The thing is that they were naive, very naive. For example, there were like commercials like 60, 70 years ago about smoking, that smoking is good for you, it's good for the lungs,
Really?
commercials. Yes. my, my grandfather was saying, smoking is good, until he realized it's not good. So they were very naive. They were caring, they were good people, they had values, but totally naive.
Right.
Now they have a little bit more knowledge, but they don't care.
Right.
You understand?
Right.
So they make sure generations can be manipulated like this, like, by either you have knowledge and you don't care, or either you care but you don't have the knowledge.
Right. Right. And
So it's
I
crazy.
think, and it comes back to the smaller things that we consume that maybe a lot of us don't even consider. And of course, I'm going to say it again, it's the entertainment. It's that entertainment, it's the music.
Oh yeah.
It could be the music, it could be the TV, it could be the sports and the entertainment and stuff like that, where they'll have these celebrities. That's why, again, like they pay these guys so much money. They pay them so, and people are wondering why they get so much money. Well, that's why, because they're keeping you distracted. They're keeping many of us distracted, and so they become gods in a sense, right? And so with that godhood that they attain, um, it also allows for them to go on TV commercials, and now your attention is on that when they're not playing the sport. And then it has you buying underwear, or it has you smoking cigarettes, or it has you drinking some alcohol that you might not otherwise have gotten,
Well, the,
but
the
now
thing
you're consuming it.
when you think about it, they're gods indeed. Because why? In that world of lies we are living, actors, are like actually the high priests of lies. They're like, that they show you like characters that don't exist, stories that don't exist. Nothing they show you does exist, and they make you believe it exists.
Yep.
So they're like vehicles of lies. Even if it's good, it's you can learn from a movie. Movies are going to make you cry, not going to make you laugh, but actually it's all lies, all fake.
Yep.
It's actors.
Yep.
They're not
Totally.
true characters. They're fake. They can teach you, can learn out of these people about truth, about real things. But somehow, movies are like vehicles, of lies. Everything is fake. Everything is a lie. Acting is acting. It's not true.
Hmm.
You understand? And many times in movies, you're gonna have like very deep subject, very good subject, things that you can learn, but it's gonna come with some shit that you're gonna also swallow with the truth. And this is the principle of lie. Lie is like mixing the truth or distorting the truth somehow in order for you never to come up to the right conclusion, or
Yep.
to a right understanding. You're always gonna be like confused by believing
Hmm.
maybe you understand, but you're gonna be confused at the end.
Yep.
So that's the point. So the world, the industry of like movies is like, whoa, it's one of the pillars of the society based on lies. This is very important. You know,
Totally.
you have
Totally.
to be careful.
You-
For
you-
example, you can, there's actors that I like, and then suddenly they're gonna tell you, oh, that actor that you like, that great actor that has values in his movies, that is like straight and everything. Well, that guy just married another man. He came out of the closet, and they do like this to destabilize you.
yeah.
First you love an actor, and then they're gonna show you that
Bitch.
it goes at the opposite of what you believe, or what you of your values, your own your own values. So this is how
Oh
they
yeah.
destabilize, and they mix things up, mix feelings, and mix.
And
Well,
then you know what you do, you wind up doing, you kind of go against, after a while, it's kind of like that poison. You get it in
exactly.
small doses, and if it happens enough, you know what happens? You start to compromise your go
Yeah,
no go criteria, because
yeah,
everybody's got a go no go criteria, right? What they
yeah,
accept, what they don't accept. And then your go no go criteria kind of shifts. You're like,
yeah.
well, maybe it's not so bad that and it's like, oh boy, they got him. They got him. They got him. They got him.
Well,
They got
instead of trying to heal now, you're starting to, live comfortable with your disease. You start, live,
Yes.
you don't want to heal. You don't want to, get healthy again. Just want to
Yep.
make yourself comfortable with the sickness. It's the disease.
Yep.
That's
Get
what it
used
is.
to it. Get used to it. You just get
Yeah.
used to it. It's the same as having a bum knee and you get used to that. It's the same as having a bad back and you get used to that. You can get used to those things as well. And
But I
they
tell you,
they feed us that poison, man, and that's how they get us every fucking time.
but I tell you something. As soon as you have people like you and I, on small channel, talking about it, they're in trouble. That's the end of. That's the beginning of the end for them. As soon as you have people like small people like us talking about this on a small channel, doesn't matter. It's the beginning of the end. That's why we have so much attention. Don't believe you have like 1,000, viewers, but you have much more than that, and people are watching us, and observing us because here it's a truth platform. So this is we manipulate the truth like 100% pure,
Hmm.
not cut. So believe me, it's this is how it starts. Slowly, slowly, like a fire. It starts with sparks, and then it can just burn the entire place.
Hmm.
So we're not we're in trouble, but so they are, and I believe they're probably more in trouble than we are now. I believe so, even though
My thing is, I honestly don't think we're in trouble. I think we're more because it's at least we can keep our eyes open and accept things for how they are, but look to want to change them. But we're more willing to accept certain things. Now, what I mean by that is this. What I mean by that is this. Now, hear me out. Is more so like we understand things right now are a certain way, but can we change them? There's a possibility in which we can change them, so that's what we're looking to do. But we accept what they are now. We're like
yes,
we accept what's in front of us. We
that's the
don't
first
run
step,
from the reality of what's in front of us,
right?
right?
That's the first step. In order to escape from jail, you have to know that you're in jail. You
You
cannot
enjoy
escape.
exactly.
So now we got a plan. We know we're in jail, and we're working things out to get the fuck out of here.
Yep. And I mean, I'm not trying to talk about these guys because I don't think they add any kind of value, but you're not going to hear anybody of those globe community, those channels or anything like that, that they spend so much of their time talking about things that
But,
don't exist.
Vlad, when you take a look at it on my channel, on your channel, most of the comments, of those Globers come from like empty channels. Young and with no content, with no subscribers.
Yep.
It's like programs. That's why now I decided just anybody can come on my channel and just dispute with me, no problem. But if he starts insulting, and I just cut him off. I just cut him
Bye
off.
bye. Yep.
Bye bye. No time
Yeah.
for that. This is programs. Those are bots.
Yeah,
Social
and
media.
even the real people that are holding that up, I feel kind of bad for them because I'm just thinking, you do have children, and then you don't know what your children are going to develop into, and if they see that you're one of those people that if they wind up like us and they see that you were the enemy, it's a wrap. It's a wrap because this is what we know. It's not even a speculation or anything. We're here. We're just looking for the truth. We're just trying to figure things out, right? And with what we know is true, we present as, hey, these are the facts. This is what we have. These are the facts. Let's find more. That's it.
When you,
Really,
when you
that's
said they
what
have
that's what it boils down to.
when you said they have children, it's also another important point, because most of these people that can embrace lies like this, and lie knowingly, um, somehow it's very possible that they didn't have like a normal childhood. A normal childhood builds you as a man, as a human being, like with love, responsibilities, and gives you values. As soon as you see that people don't have any values, they don't have any respect for themselves, they don't care, something happened in their childhood, and this is how they do it. For example, pedophiles, the pedophilia at a high
PDA.
level. I'm not talking about like degenerated that does that alone, but I'm talking about like when it's like made at a very high
Oh
level,
yeah.
like an industry. It's not about sex. It has nothing to do about sex. Cannot There's no pleasure to with a child. I don't believe so. But the thing is that it's going to create civilizations of people who are going to have, like, a problem in knowing what's right and wrong. They're going to be like confused. They're going to be like destabilized.
Yes.
And out of
They get to
this,
them early.
yes, you cut off the childhood. No childhood. You just cut it short. You make them suffer, at early age, very as early as possible. And then out of this, some of them, or maybe most of them, will be like a good, how do you call it? Will be able to to serve as people like this that will spread lies and do all that stuff, because it's
Hmm.
not normal. A human being, people can lie, but invest yourself into lying about such important things that will affect your own life. If you if you lie about it,
You
it
continue.
means that there is a problem. There is like some kind of a virus, something that doesn't work, right in their head, in their heart. And this comes from usually childhood. This is how they do it.
Childhood
And
traumas and
yeah,
stuff
yeah.
like that. Yeah.
In the Bible, it's written all over the place. They used to sacrifice their kids. Don't believe it was like just bring your baby to the flames. Flames in Hebrew means like passion, and usually most of the time sexual passion. Like it's just to bring the children in order to
They
transfer
devour
them.
them.
Like, yeah, exactly. Even to the Nile. I tell you something. Most of the people still believe that at the time of Pharaoh they used to take the babies and throw them into the Nile. See, this is the story. This is how it's written. But when you understand these verses, you see that actually the Nile was the god of Egypt. This is a known thing in Judaism. And somehow to throw the babies into the Nile was in fact to take them and to convert them and to become priests of Egypt. And they were doing abominations. These priests were not like like
Good people,
priests that
diligence.
not at all. You understand? So it was taking the people from Israel, and especially certain tribes that were meant to become priests of Israel, priests, and turn them into priests of Egypt. And this is deep stuff. This is deep stuff.
Hmm.
So again, you can see that everything on the other side, those Globers there that are like, famous and paid and sponsored. There's something wrong with them. There's something wrong that if we could have
Because they
information
know.
on them, yeah.
Yeah, they know. And the thing is I'm not even tripping on it. I think they know, everybody knows they know, and it's only a matter of time. I don't know what it's going to look like when their whole world collapses on them, but but here's the thing is they've got these big channels, and everybody knows them. Everybody knows them. And so the higher they go, the more recognition they get. That
Yeah,
fall is going to hurt, and
but
we're all going to be there to witness it.
recognition by who? That's the thing. And if you see that they have a lot of success and a lot of recognition, good for you not to
Oh
belong
yeah,
to
no,
them.
right. Oh no, no, right. And that's what I'm
That means
saying.
that, again,
'Cause-
we're aiming at the quality, not the
right.
quantity.
'Cause-
That means
well,
that
that
means
I
that
don't mind. I don't mind at all, because my thing is when that house of cards comes falling down, like a foot high house of cards, big deal, makes hardly any noise. But a 900,000 foot tall freaking house of cards, it'll shake the whole world.
yeah,
It'll make all kinds of noise. It'll get everybody's attention.
100% agree with you. But there is another angle we can see that the thing from is that I believe that world is already collapsed. Those people are already dead. They're already dead people. That means that the thing is that when are we gonna rise? When we're gonna rise, this is gonna give us a better look on the world that's already collapsed, that's around us.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
understand? So we well, again, same speech. We gotta act and react
Hmm.
to everything what's going on, and this is what we're doing. This is great. This is why I'm here now.
Hmm.
Okay, Vlad,
So,
I'm gonna have to go, man. It's like 6:30 almost. I have to take my
oh,
bus.
you gotta go. Okay.
I gotta go.
All
So
right, man.
we talk more. I'll be watching you on the way.
Yes, sir. Sounds good, man. You be safe, man. Good to see
Take it
you.
easy. Take care.
All
Take
right,
care.
peace,
Bye.
man. Peace,
Bye.
peace.
Bye.
All right. Yeah, man. So boy, that's interesting. What a great time to be alive. So I was watching that show. I'm sure a lot of you guys are familiar with it, Redacted, with Clayton and his wife. Uh I forget her name. Pretty lady, right? Clayton's the guy, his wife is the lady. Obviously, they're a couple and they provide the news. So these guys, they claim to be fringe news on YouTube. And of course, I'm like, whatever. They got like 1 million, 2 million followers, which I'm like, that's cool, right? They've got a big channel, but with their channel, they're like, oh, we get all this information. They were just talking about how they have, matter of fact, I'm talking about it. Let me see if I could get these guys. Instead of talking about it, let me see if I could get these guys. Okay. And let's see if we could talk about what it is they were talking about. Okay. Let's do that. Because these guys are something else, man. Something else. So let's see that. So here we go. Here we go. So there he is right here. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play this for y'all. And we can enjoy it together. Yes, yes, of course. Here he is. This is the guy. You might have seen him. If you don't know the name of his channel, this is who he is. Natalie, there it is. Thank you, DeWitt Straight Laces. I appreciate y'all. Yeah. I think Clayton's white. I think Clayton is white. Natalie is like from I think she's from Portugal. I think she's Spanish from Portugal, right? But let me go ahead and share this with y'all. This is Clayton and his wife Natalie. But here we go. Let's let it rock.
A lot. Who's really running the world? Is it the forward-facing, camera-facing people like Klaus Schwab, Bill Gates, Donald Trump, Keir Starmer, Justin Trudeau, Mark Carney? Are those the power players that are really running things? Or is it a secret cabal, sort of deep secret, deep state group of individuals running the show? Well, that's exactly what our next guest has been investigating. Derek Brose, investigative reporter, has been working on the Pyramid of Power series now for a long time and is just about to put the finishing touches on his final episode in this series, which really looks at the high level, I think, hierarchy of all of this, tying all of these pieces together. And we wanted to welcome Derek back to the show. Great to see you, my friend.
Hey, thanks for having me on, Clayton. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. So we've had you on before, of course, to talk about a lot of pieces of this, particularly the false flag episode that we focused on, where these false flags have been used to great effect to carry out wars. They dupe the public into rallying support for these things. But now in your final episode, as you approach this, you're really looking at sort of the hierarchy of who's really calling the shots, sort of the puppet masters behind everything. Can you walk us through what you're working on right now?
All right, guys. So before we even let these guys go ahead and just cook, I'm going to let you know I have gone on this guy's. I wasn't a guest on this show. I'm not saying I was a guest, but I've watched this show as soon as he's gone ahead and put it down. And then I'm like, bro, interview flat earthers. You need to talk about the flat earth. You got a very big platform. Talk about the flat earth. I've done this 1 million times. I'm letting you know because I want you to listen to him.
Yeah, so as you said, I've been working on this series for quite a while. This has been a 5-year project at this point now. And the whole goal was to describe the individual pieces of the structure, things like false flags, but the education system, the media, big tech, et cetera, and progressively get a bit more conspiratorial, if you will, but all based on facts and what we can prove. And so the goal of this final episode is to attempt to answer the question of who or what is at the top of the pyramid. And in the pursuit of that, I'm looking at everything you mentioned just now, the United Nations, the World Economic Forum, the Bilderberg Group, which I think are groups that play a role, but from my perspective are sort of the front-facing groups for deeper power. We are also examining what does that term deep state even mean? What is the origin of that? Where does it come from? It was popularized in the English language by Peter Dale Scott, who's now in his 90s and not doing too many interviews anymore, but he did some great work really bringing that that to the forefront. I think that term has been kind of co-opted, if you will, in the recent years to sort of, for some people, the deep state just means the left wing of the American political scene or progressives or George Soros. But originally it was describing more of the entire infrastructure. You have the Wall Street players, you've got organized crime, of course, which Whitney Webb and others have pointed to. You got the big oil industry and just all those different players who are extra governmental. These aren't elected people, but they clearly are impacting our world around us. And then from there, we're going to even go deeper and look at, well, who are the people at the top of those? If the Bilderberg Group is just a representative of the real power, then who are they actually representing? And in the pursuit of answering that question, I'm featuring a number of really talented, educated researchers, everybody from David Icke, G. Edward Griffin, of course, both of them have been around for a long time doing this work, James Corbett, Mark Passio, Larkin Rose, so many other people who are bringing all their perspectives. Like in this episode, we are going to consider everything. Nothing is off the table. So the people...
You hear that? Y'all hear that? Y'all heard what he said? We're going to consider everything. Nothing's off the table. And then y'all going to put it on his channel, right? This is what I'm talking about. Like information like this, obviously what I mean is the flat earth. How is it this guy, he's not one time did he mention anybody in this circle. Nobody, not one. I'm not talking about me. I'm just presenting what we know is I'm not trying to go on any of that show, but I mean, you have people out there. You got a lot of people out there, right? That deserve that should be on one of those platforms, telling it like it is. But these guys are acting like, oh, we got to talk to the guy that talks about the reptilians. We got to talk to the guy that talks about, the guys that land on Mars that nobody talks about. And I'm like, this is the fringe news. This is the fringe news. And what they do is they mix the truth with lies. They'll talk about things like how bad COVID is. Sure, we know that. But then they get around to talking about the moon landing and this other shit. Like it blows my mind. It like no shit blows my mind. I don't get it. Because I'm sitting here looking at this guy. I'm like, dude, with the reach you've got, you could go to your Rumble chat and then you could do better damage. You could do more. I think he could do more serious damage. Because the way I look at it is this, man, is that you've got guys on YouTube. If you're still making it on YouTube and you've got one of these channels, like you're barely making it. What I mean by making it, I don't even mean monetarily. I mean before they decide they want to cut the channel off, we're barely making it. That's what I'm talking about. I ain't getting paid by these motherfuckers. I ain't trying. It ain't happening. You know what I'm saying? But our life on YouTube it's almost like a any day now status. You understand what I'm saying? So don't be surprised if there's a big for sale sign at my previous my previous residence at Ironwork 92,000 on YouTube. Don't be surprised if one day you find, closed for business, for sale, right? And someplace else. Because they're not going to let you get away with talking about certain topics. They're going to make sure to bury your ass in the back of the algorithm room, right? And so Redacted is all about making that money, man. They do not want to risk their business. They do not want to risk their viewers, and YouTube pays a lot. But here's the thing is if YouTube would make a lot of money off of us flat earthers, but they don't think that juice is worth the squeeze. They think that our information would wind up collapsing their business and business model. More than likely, I would imagine. This is why they really don't push our content like that. This is why motherfuckers like Jaren was able to make money. You know what I'm saying? But then you got the rest of us. We ain't making shit off of this platform. You know what I'm saying? We ain't making nothing. It's all gravy. I'm not in it for money anyway. I'm in it to inform, which actually reminds me, Guys, right? Guys, listen. There's some things coming up. I'm going to get back to the topic, but this is like, I guess you could call this like a little commercial break. But there's some things coming up that I am a part of. And I would like to pass a lot of what I'm doing, what I've done. I'd like to pass it off. I'd like for you guys to see it. I'd like for you guys to experience what I'm experiencing. Email me. You know, some of you guys don't email me. Some of you guys do email me. And some of you guys I got to respond to. And don't think that I'm not, because I am. Email me, right? Email me. I've got some stuff here that I would like to share. And see, where let me ask y'all something. Let me ask y'all something, man. Where else are you going to go to a channel that a dude is trying to give you some shit? I'm trying to give you motherfuckers some stuff, man. Foundry. I'm trying to like give, you know what I'm saying? I'm about giving. I'm not a taker. I am a giver. You know what I'm saying? I'm about giving to my chat. I'm about giving to the Foundry. But you motherfuckers, y'all ain't hearing me, man. Maybe like 3-4 y'all and shit hit me up on email. I'm like, yo, email me. Email me so I can, you know what I'm saying? So I can bless y'all, man. But y'all ain't gonna get shit from me because y'all ain't saying shit to a motherfucker, man. You ain't saying nothing to me. You know what I'm saying? I got like stuff here for you guys. Y'all ain't saying shit. And I'm not like, oh, y'all gotta pay $8 for postage. And I ain't doing all that, man. I ain't doing all of that. It would be nice though if fucking stamps were 25 cents again, though. That would be nice. Sean Alki, I don't even mess on Facebook like that. But Sean Alki, I'll go ahead and I'll do that though. I'll do that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm doing some strange things. I'm doing some really strange things. And like I don't want to give it. My thing is I don't want to give it away till it's done. That's it. I don't want to give it away until it's done. I do not want to waste anybody's time. And I don't want to talk about some shit that's not going to get done. So this is actually in the works. It's actually getting done and being taken care of. So I want to make sure that I could pass a lot of this stuff over to y'all. You know what I'm saying? Hit me up on email. Y'all know where to find me. Ironwork92000 Gmail style, right? At gmail.com. Y'all know where to find me. Don't be coy. Hit me up there. You know what I'm saying? Hit me up there. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I enjoy interacting with the Foundry, but you guys gotta work with me here. Come on, you gotta work with me here, right? You gotta work. Yeah, God Heart Guardian. That's what I'm talking about, man. Hit me up on here, man. Don't be coy. Serious business, really? Really? You don't know what my email address is? It's ironwork92000. Just add at Gmail. It's this channel's name at gmail.com. Vlad, what's your email address again? Dog, it's this channel's name at gmail.com. You know what I'm saying? Hit me up on there. I got some shit for y'all, man. Thank you, Pebbles. Jesus Christ. It's easy, y'all. It's I'm not trying to make fun of nobody. I'm not. I'm just saying just hit me up on there, man. Hit me up on there so I can bless y'all, man. Know what I'm saying? And this isn't a tax write-off or nothing like that. I don't get anything out of it. I lose my coins sending y'all stuff, but I don't care. I get to send stuff. No, ain't nobody sending no fucking nude ass Polaroids or nothing like that, or pictures of my hairy ass. No. Oh boy. That kind of reminds me, back in the day, that was something you could do. Back in the day when you were silly and irresponsible, right? In the early 90s, you could moon people. You could moon people. It was funny. You could moon people back in the day. Like you could just moon people. And I remember I was in high school and the bus was going by. And freaking as the bus was going by, and I went to Catholic school, y'all. I was in Catholic high school. I mooned the bus. Everybody was like, ew. I was like, ew. They were like, look at his ass. Look at how hairy it is. And then dudes started saying that I had an afro. Looked like I had Jesus, what they say? It looked like I had somebody with an afro walking behind me. And I was like, oh, like I was really, I didn't want to be the hairy guy. But in high school, I was like one of the hairy guys. I was like covered in not my whole body, but just like certain parts of me, just like I was hairy in my butt. I had a hairy butt. I had an afro butt. You know what I'm saying? You could spray afro sheen on my hair, on my butt hair, and pick it out. You know what I'm saying? It was just crazy. Sorry, afro ass. There we go. I had fro ass. I remember it kind of reminds me. Now this is a little nostalgic, but when I was in when I first joined, I used to go to these things called COPTs, right? And it was if anybody was in the service and you joined way back in the day. I joined in 1999. So prior to going to my school, going to dive school and everything, I'd have to work out with the SEALs. And so they called it COPT. Every day was damn SEAL. Every day, early in the morning, it was a SEAL ass whooping from a bunch of fucking SEALs, right? And so COPT, they would do like 1,000 sit-up Fridays and shit. And so 1,000 sit-up Fridays, they would, you'd have to run to the gym and stuff like that. You'd run in formation, and it was like maybe 4 miles and stuff, nothing crazy. Run in formation, you get to the gym. As soon as you get to the gym, they'd have you roll out this old mat from like the Vietnam era, right? You roll the mat out, and then you just start doing sit-ups. And it's not aided sit-ups where your feet are down. They have you doing sit-ups with your feet planted and then down, elbows hit the deck, bang, all the way back up, knees, your chin goes in between your knees. That's 1, down, up, 2, and then you just keep going. And then you'd break 1,000. Do you know what would happen to your tailbone? Oh. Like I said, you would get something called monkey's ass, right? And we used to wear these shorts. We used to wear these shorts called UDT shorts, right? And these shorts are really, really small. Though I don't know if you guys have ever seen them. I think I might have a pair of my UDT shorts. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm gonna go see if I have them. I think I have a pair of them, right? What I'm gonna do, y'all, we're gonna go for a quick break, maybe like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Y'all go ahead and y'all grab something to drink, go take a piss, drop a deuce. Make sure you wipe before coming back. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna grab these things. And yes, y'all. We'll be right back after these messages. Let me go ahead and make that happen. Choo. Let me go. There we go. All right, I'll be back, y'all.
Purchase your tracks today.
Bars made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
I'm back. Okay. So I couldn't find them. I think I put them in the in my storage closet along with my other summertime clothes and stuff. Even though I don't wear them no more, I should just go ahead and put them with my uniforms that I don't wear no more. No longer in. I don't have to wear them. But let me show you guys what they look like because I found them online. I couldn't find them in the house, so that's fine. Let me share them with you right here. And this is what this is what they look like. Doom. Share screen. Boom. Right there. Check them out. See these right here? See these guys in them? All proud and shit. Motherfuckers are standing there. And that's what it would look like. Your name would be on the front. You'd wear your dive socks with your boondockers. And then you'd wear these tight ass shorts. My God. And that's what you had to, that was your uniform. And that's what you had to do sit-ups in. These tiny, tiny shorts. UDTs, they call them. Oh, Lord have mercy. And it's a throwback to the old days of what they used to wear, the frogmen, right? Seals and stuff like that. But this is still a uniform item, right? Navy divers, EOD techs, SWICs, and SEALs still wear these motherfuckers. And this is what we would wear doing these sit-ups, 1,000 sit-up Fridays. And God dog, man, my ass was hurting. My God. And that's what it was, man. Jesus, I don't know what I was thinking. It was so bad. We would do so many sit-ups that your ass would bleed. You'd get something called monkey's ass, right? Your ass would bleed, and then where your tailbone is at, like my whole butt was hairy as hell. Like I would be pulling hair and skin off my ass, and like that part would sting like a motherfucker when I was taking a shower. And I would be pulling hair and skin off, and like, God dog, man, that's how bad it was. That's how many sit-ups we'd have to do. Yeah. Yep. UDT shorts, man. 1,000 sit-up Fridays. And who used to do that? Was it instructor Duel? So old school SEAL, an old guy. I'm sure he's retired now. Instructor Duel and Instructor Childress. Those two guys, they love sit-ups. Him and Instructor Childress. And Instructor Childress used to love doing fucking squats. These are some strong men, man. They don't build them like, I'm sure they still build them like that, right? SEALs are pretty capable folks. But yeah, man, good times right before I left for dive school back in 2000. Yep, good times. Yeah, it was from the sit up, bro. Undoctrinated, think he funny, think he got jokes. Y'all got jokes. I see it. I see it. Y'all got jokes. Okay. And guys, yes, join Dr. Bose's Facebook group. It is the Flat Earth Facebook movement. The Facebook Flat Earth movement. Yes, it is. Is it? Wait, no. No, it's not. I apologize. It's not the Flat Earth movement. I apologize. Dr. Bose, please present what your channel is. There it is, y'all. There it is. Dr. Bose, how you doing, sir? It's good to see you. Welcome, Dr. Bose. Frank Noble's in the house. Welcome, sir. Truth Trollette is in the house. Jono Edwards, Jono from Down Under. Macho Man, welcome. It's good to see you guys. It is good to see you guys. Yeah, and I'm in there with Dr. Bose. Dr. Bose has some good stuff in there. So I'm in there, peeking it from time to time, dropping my channel, dropping my link. Shout out to you guys. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you guys here tonight. Welcome. You guys are amazing. Cyberdyne. Who else? Who didn't I say what's up to? Skeptic 9936, of course. Godheart Guardian, of course. Sarah G. How you doing, sis? It's good to see our sister Sarah G. She's in the house. Jim Anus is in the house. Jesus. Anytime I see his name, like I get scared to say it. I'm like, Jim Anus. Jim Anise. Jim Anus. I say it twice. You know what I'm saying? I say it twice because I'm like, am I gonna offend him? What are we doing here? I'm like, Jim Anus. Yes, of course. Yeah. And that's right. Monkey's ass sucks. It sucks. It sucks and it's not good. Especially as soon as you finish getting it, you take a shower and then that shit be stinging. You wash your butt and the soap gets us like burns. It burns. Right? Like Freddy and shit. It burns. Oh, it's like, yeah, man. Not fun. Not fun. I used to hate doing those sit-ups, man. Unassisted sit-ups all the way up, all the way back down, elbow slap the deck all the way up, back down, and you're like, fuck. Yeah, it was something. So walking Axel, what's happening? I think those shorts were cotton. Those were cotton shorts. Like they tell you what the ingredients are on the inside. It's got that big giant military tag on the inside, and then you've got your name above the pocket, your last name's above the pocket, and on the front of your shirt, that's like when you walk in the class shirt. You know, it's like the white shirts that you saw, you would have your name stenciled in the middle, and on the back, you would have your name stenciled in, and then in dive school, this is how it was. And after a few months, you get your class shirt, and your class shirts, you have to get your ass beat, which was what we got every day. But in the middle of your ass whooping, you get a ceremony, and then they give you your class shirt. They call you out person by person, and then you get your class shirt, and then everybody gets their shirts, and then you don your shirts, and then you stand in there. That's when you get your class picture. You stand there with, which I don't have my class picture on me. I have it, but it's real small, so I got to find some of my old dive buddies. And then you have your class picture. You standing there everybody's looking all tough, wet, sandy, and shit. You just standing there like Run DMC, and everybody's in a b-boy stance holding our class flag. It was pretty dope. Good times. Good times. Yeah. So, man, those were the good old days. But yeah. Those days are past. Those days are past. So we've got that guy again, Clayton, right? From Redacted. This guy I've been trying before everything happened. I was trying to get David Weiss on there. Really, it was just David Weiss I was trying to get on there because David Weiss was on his world tour for speaking to anybody that would hear about the flat earth. But he hadn't touched, he got on Roseanne, but he had never gotten to Redacted. And so, excuse me, apologize for that. He'd never gotten to Redacted. And I was like, God dang, man, you should go on Redacted, because if there's a channel to go on, that would be it, right? Them and Jimmy Dore. And never got on Jimmy Dore. What's his name? The British guy, Russell Brand. I was like, if you're going to get on the channel, get on Russell Brand's. Never got on his. So I'm like, these guys are more, and maybe it's a business thing. Maybe it's because they're so business minded. But I'm like, they don't really want the truth. They want some version of a truth, right? Nobody wants the truth. If they did, they would at least look at it, entertain it, and then be like, deliver it. Go ahead, right? And then if they can't do it on YouTube, you go someplace else and deliver it. But these guys won't even deliver it on Rumble. These guys won't deliver it on BitChute, whatever the fuck whatever the hell else is going on out there. These motherfuckers wouldn't even do it. And I'm like, even Joe Rogan, who's got a bigger platform than all them fucking dick swallowers combined, speaks about flat earth, right? And Joe Rogan's got a whole gumbo of shit going on his show. These scaredy cats, all these guys are scaredy cats, won't even touch it with a 10-foot pole. Blows my mind. Totally blows my mind. But whatever, man. I'll keep getting on his channel. I'll keep getting on Clayton's channel saying, hey, dog, what about the flat earth? And meanwhile, his fucking little fucking toy bitches, they sitting over there. They're like, oh, the flat earth doesn't exist. We proved, this, that, the third. I've even paid a little bit of money to be like, hey, man, why don't you get a flat earther up here to go ahead and deliver this truth to everybody? But no, he doesn't want that. He has, I'll give him credit, he has gotten the USS Liberty people. You know who else hasn't really spoken about flat earth at all much is what's her name? Candace Owens. But here's the thing. Fringe news is the mainstream media. This is the mainstream. I'm almost convinced this is the mainstream media's way of working its way into the truth community, is by using the Judases, the Candace Owens, the Russell Brandses, and the Claytons and his wife, right? That's them. That's them. It's all good. Harmon's in the house. It's good to see you, Harmon. Harmon's here. Harmon was like, yo, man, it was hard on them Rumble streets. It's lonely out there. I understand. I got to do a better job with managing Rumble. I think I'll do a better job managing Rumble when I actually get on a Rumble. But yeah, Rumble is a good place. Rumble is just a little bit. It feels a little bit empty. That's all. And so we've gotten so used to using YouTube, we just become comfortable with using YouTube. Really, that's all it boils down to. You know what I'm saying? So, but Rumble is a good place. Rumble is what you make it. That's what I feel. I feel it's one of those places. It is what you make it. I'm really excited about using Fanbase as well. I'm gonna shout out Fanbase. Crashes 82. Oh my god. And Schneider from One Day at a Time. Look at who it is. It is amazing. It's good to see you guys. Good to see y'all. Good to see y'all. It is good to see y'all. I think Harmless is Harmon. That's why I was like, Harmon's in the house over on Rumble earlier today. Harmless is Harmon. Yeah, man. It's good to see him, man. Harmon's in the house. Harmon Walker, how you doing, sir?
Good. I just usually you have no problem getting people up on your show. So I was thinking that tonight is like
RG.
Ghost Town.
Yeah, it's empty, bro. It's like, damn, it's empty than motherfucker, man. It's empty
Yeah,
than a motherfucker.
so I just thought I'd get her add another little voice. I have really nothing to say. I just wanted to keep you company.
Yeah, I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that, man. It's yeah, it's a little empty in here. It's all good.
Yeah,
Fucking
you got a good chat though. I mean, you got Maria, you got Johnson, and you got Sarah G and all those guys in there, and ABC. They're
yeah.
fun though. You got a good active chat compared to a lot
Yeah.
of channels.
Oh yeah, totally, man. And these are real people too. And
Yes.
and they come in, they cut it up, they chop it up. Sometimes they talk shit to each other and get mad, but I love it, man. It's always fun in the chat. It could be a spicy gumbo in the foundry. But yeah, it's fun in there.
It was about a year ago, Justin Johnson. Every time I'd go somewhere, Justin Johnson would be there first. Where it was like if we went to like 8 different channels, he'd always be there first. So I ended up calling, "Hey, your shadow's arrived." I always told him. So I've been Justin Johnson's shadow now for a couple of years.
Okay, yeah, man.
So,
JJ's
so
in
I
the
can,
house. Shout out to JJ.
I always am the
Yeah,
shadow.
JJ's in the house. And oh, and look at that. We've got Coherence 888, Coherence 888, Victoria Salt. How you doing, sis? Welcome, welcome. You know, Schneider from One Day at a Time is here. And yeah, man. We got the
What's
chat. We got Nubik. Nubik is also here. Nubik. What's happening, Nubik?
Terry Scrate says, "Don't take no bullshit."
Yeah, none taken. Hell no. Yeah, man. It's good to see y'all, man. People coming into the foundry. People coming into the foundry. It's always fun, man. It's always fun. It's always love. But yeah, man, oh boy. I know I the good thing about these channels that we have, the smaller ones especially, like mine, Roger Ledwell, PJ Cruikshank, and the like, right? It's good. Lev Kung, I think Lev Kung Shaolin might be a bigger channel, but we've got so many smaller channels, guys. Like, I don't know if you guys are sub to them, but look at their content. Jim Anus. Jim Anus is another one. Shout out to Jim Anus. Jim Anus has an amazing channel because Jim Anus don't sit here flapping his gums like I do. He just goes out there and he drops, pictures and videos of the
Of the
sky.
sky. Yeah, I
Yeah.
watch him. I see. I have him sub to him, and some reason I get notification on all his. He's about the only channel I get notifications on. His
Yeah,
come
that's
right
weird.
up all the time.
Yeah. And his shit is fire. I love Jim Anus' stuff. That's weird
Yeah.
anytime I say that. I don't like saying that. Jim
Call him,
Anise.
call him a niece.
Yeah, Jim Anis's stuff. Jesus. So I like his stuff, man. Yeah.
Is
It's
it
like right
anise a
on point.
flavor?
It's anise. Yes, it is. Like anise anisette. It's like a licorice-ish.
Oh no, it is licorice. It's a licorice flavor.
Yeah, anise. Like star anise. Yep.
That's why I say people say red licorice. There's no such thing as red licorice. They're red candy stripes. They're candy sticks.
Yeah.
The licorice is licorice. It's black and it tastes like crap to me.
Oh God, licorice is disgusting. Like parasites run from licorice.
Well, they got that alcohol that tastes just like anise. They just straight tastes like licorice. I understand.
There's either anisette or zambuca.
I don't know what it is. I've never drank but I know my friends say taste, and you can smell it. You can smell it. It smells just like black licorice. Well, I hate saying black licorice. Licorice. His body is that's just what it is.
Dude, we used to drink that. Yeah.
I won a $20 bet on that at work one time. I said, "Oh, they're called red vines. They're not called red liquor. They're called red vines. That's what they are."
Yep. These guys know about Zambuca. Yeah, they know.
Oh, they do?
Oh, yeah, they do. Oh, red vines ain't so bad. They've got a little bit of an airy taste.
But they're not licorice.
They're not?
They're just red vines. They would call it. Do they call it black vines? No, they call it licorice.
No, that's true. I remember my parents, it was like 1982. My parents bought me Jägermeister. Oh, fuck that. Do not say Jägermeister. Oh, God. Ouzo. Oh, no.
So I know Ouzo. That's all they drank in Turkey. You got this Ouzo, right? And it's so strong. You get a big they have whole like 3/4 of a glass of water, and you put a little shot of ouzo in there, and it turns the whole film milky white. And those Turks love drinking that ouzo. We had a GI tried to drink it straight, and he tried drinking a bottle. He was in the hospital. It almost killed him.
Yeah. Oh God, ouzo's just this.
That's the big drink in Turkey.
It's got I think it's got poppy in it. I think it might have poppy or some kind of other drug in some of them, not all of them.
Was it Sean Alki said that the black candy isn't licorice either? What is it, Sean Alki? Then what is I thought that was licorice.
Yeah, so that black, I'll never forget, man. We was in damn Kings Plaza, Alexander's Mall in Brooklyn, right? And my parents, I was like, "Ooh, I want Twizzlers." They were like, "Which one? You want this one?" Because I already had the red one. I was like, "No, I want that one." They were like, "Which one?" I was like, "The black one." They're like, "You don't want that." I was like, "Yes, I do." Being a stubborn ass kid, I was like, "That's my favorite one." My parents were like, "Then you better eat it," you know. And then they give me
they
that.
knew, huh?
They knew.
Yeah,
they were like, you know, their eyes used to get big. They're like, "You want it? Well, you better eat it." And I was like, "Okay, I'm going to eat it." Man, I opened up that damn package. That shit. I didn't like the smell. I was like, "What's wrong with these?" They were like, "You said you wanted it, right?" I was like, "Yes." They're like, "Well, eat it." And then they sat there like looking at me, threatening to like hit my ass if I didn't start chewing on that shit. So I ate a piece of it, man. I started crying so bad. And then I'll never forget, man. My mom grabbed a piece of my afro and started shaking my head, dude, in the middle of the mall. She was like, "God damn it. This is what happens when I spend money on your stupidness, man." I was like, "Oh, man, I don't like these." And they were like, "Oh, anytime we take you anywhere, you make us waste money." I'll never forget, man. She grabbed me by a piece of my afro and shit, started shaking my head. I was like, "Oh, my God, man. I'm over there crying." Jesus Christ.
That was your favorite, though, right?
Oh, fuck them things. Those things are I think there's so much in it's weird because like regular licorice is supposed to be one of those things that could rid parasites from your system. So there are a few things like that. There's licorice, there's active ingredient in absinthe, right?
Right.
Like wormwood, that's what it is. Wormwood.
I've heard of that, but I don't know what it is.
Wormwood. I don't know what it is. And I thought it was a piece of wood that might either have worms in it or no, not worms, but it was good at getting rid of parasites. That's why they call it wormwood.
Oh.
It was good at getting rid of worms in your stomach.
ABC says that the honey in the store isn't completely real either. Is there any real honey you can buy in the stores, ABC? Or do we have to actually go to a farmer out in the field and get the real honey?
Yep. You would You would go to a farm and get a lot of that raw honey, yeah.
Hey guys in the chat, Vlad and I were talking earlier this week, and I brought up something that, you know, he just accept. You know, I always go and try to find out what do we still believe in this main narrative that we just will argue about it because we believe it and not know it. And I was bringing up about prohibition, the Volstead Act. And I said, was it illegal to sell alcohol and drink alcohol during prohibition? And he goes, "Yeah, sure it was. It's in the movies." And I teased him about that. And
hey, I fell for it, man.
So how many people in the chat believe it was illegal to sell and buy alcohol, sell and drink alcohol during from 1919 to 1933 when they had prohibition? Put a 1 in the chat if you think it was illegal. And the way I'm asking, you're going to think that, but still be honest. If you thought it was illegal or think it's illegal, put a 1 in the chat. There, Johnson's honest. Let's see how many people do you think there. Look at that. And that's all TV propaganda, guys. No, Vlad puts 1. Oh, totally false. Totally false.
Redondo Rocket, what's going on, family?
Oh, there's someone. Sean Alki says 2. And Angela Baby Carson say 2.
ABC and Sean Alki, of course. All right,
we're not talking about Canada. We're talking about United States.
Yeah, not Canada. Not Canada, eh? We're talking about the United States, eh?
Yeah. And
so yeah,
when you look into
that knowledge, Harmon.
If you look into it and go into it, and like I just Googled it again to refresh my memory, and it says prohibition banned the transportation and manufacturing of alcohol. and then there was ways around it. The pharmacies were selling alcohol as medicine, and you would just go there and get your medicine and stuff. Anyway, so it was just a transportation to making alcohol, and it had nothing to do with people drinking alcohol. It had to do with the farmers having their own fuel system. They had their whole section of their field. They had corn, and they got one section of the field that was set there to make their own fuel out of the corn, and which was alcohol, some type of alcohol. I can't remember what they called it. Anyway, so the law was to make it that you cannot make alcohol anymore. And so they were just targeting the farmers because they came after the farmers, which you'll never see in these gangster movies. They got us all fooled with that. And so they came after the farmers and all their stills and everything that they made the alcohol to run their farm equipment. All their farm equipment never used any of Rockefeller's oil or nothing like that because they were self-sufficient. And so they made a law. Rockefeller funded the women's suffrage, women's stuff, to go protest against the alcohol to supposedly get this prohibition put in. And his agenda was to make the farmers dependent on his oil. And it worked after 13 years, and they had to readjust all their farm equipment to take petroleum products. Then the next thing you know, after 14 years, there was all turned over. So now they're addicted to the oil, and they had to keep it up, and because it was against the law to make your own alcohol. And I think there's still kind of law that you really can't make alcohol still.
No. Well, it depends. They're
not going to let you farmers make their alcohol anymore.
Okay, right. Because when it comes to like stilled alcohol, there's like that's like moonshine. That's illegal. Moonshine is illegal. Beer. Jimmy Carter passed a rule back in like 70 something. I forget when, but you can have up to 100 gallons of beer as a person,
but that's
a couple. Right. That's right. That ain't the same, and that's like 4, 5, 6% alcohol, some shit like that for a regular beer.
But that's all it was about was what's it says? Someone says, how did NASCAR get its start? I said, Justin Johnson says, Reese Bobby. I don't know what that means.
Reese, is that Ricky Bobby's dad?
No.
Oh,
I don't know. So yeah, so it's crazy, huh? But anyway, basically that's what it was for. It tells you right there it wasn't illegal. And so what the politicians that were with all the guys who had lots of alcohol, they told them store up as much alcohol you can in your lockers and stuff like that, in the basement of your bars and stuff like that. And because it wasn't illegal to sell it, it was just illegal to transport it and to make it. And so that's just straight out news. But of course, it's not mainstream news, so you have to just look up the law.
Flat Earth Warriors, what's going on, family? It's good to see you, man.
I thought that was kind of interesting. People don't realize how they came after the farmers to make them dependent on the petroleum products.
Yeah. That is strange.
And we're talking about that with the guy that we've been watching that does the plastoline, he calls it, runs crushes plastic down and makes a fuel out of it.
Right.
And I said, if they don't let the farmers do it, they're not going to let him do it either. And that's the sad thing. The guy's an honest, good guy. His name's Justine. What was his name?
No, it's Julian Brown.
Julian. Yeah.
He looked like a Julian Brown. He looked all proper and shit. Good dude though, man. Solid cat. Let me see. Ooh, Crystal Gems, how you doing, sis? Crystal Gems is in the house. I guess the True Few is here as well. Welcome. Flat Earth Warriors family, what's good, fam? I hadn't seen you here in a minute. Flat Earth Warriors hadn't been here in a while, man. But it's good to see you, man. It's good to see you. But yeah, so y'all, if y'all don't know, there's a dude named Julian Brown, right? A brother, and he made some shit called plastoline. He calls it plastoline. Plastoline, right? And it's not related to Listerine where you could rinse your mouth, or it's not related to Geraldine Ferraro because it's not going to run for president or vice president, right? And have a running mate called Walter Mondale. It ain't going to do any of that. Flat out fudge, what's happening, fam? So plastoline this man's design, right? Julian Brown. What he's done is he's taken plastic, broken it down into its individual components, turns the select gases into gases, right? Other gases which he collects. And then he takes the vapor from the final product of the plastic that he broke down. He turns it into gasoline. And Harmon, you did see what I was showing you earlier, right?
Right.
Or
And I watched
did you
it.
see where he was like he's taking his whole system and he's turning it into a solar system?
Right. He's going to try and run it off solar. That would cost him $0 to run. He said.
$0 to run. Exactly. Right. So now this dude went ahead and he went to Houston, Texas, and he ran an old diesel truck. He ran an old diesel truck off of his plastoline.
Hold
And
on a
yes,
second, real quick, Sean. Walk-in axle. I had the same thought at first. Plastic is petroleum. It's made out of petroleum and natural gas, which I don't know how they make it out of natural gas, but they make it out of petroleum and natural gas. Well, they don't even say petroleum, axle. They say they make it out of crude oil. They just say straight crude oil, because I read up on it before I made a comment. I just don't want to watch something and not read up on it a little bit.
Right.
And so I got like 5 minutes. I got your Nichols education on it, so I don't have a quarter yet.
So
but
my thing. Oh, go ahead.
You know, and let me finish with him, because he's going to be thinking, well, yes, he's separating and putting it back to its original form of crude oil or the natural gas and making a product. His point is, use all this plastic we're dumping in the oceans and all this stuff and polluting the world with. Let's just use it instead of throwing it away. He's not saying he's a genius by saying, oh, look, I made this new fuel. No, he doesn't want the waste. Exactly. He's such a good person. He's trying to get rid of all this garbage waste that we have out in the oceans and everything. That's okay. Go ahead, Vlad.
So no, that's right on. That's spot on. So Justin Johnson said, "My dinosaur fuel," and then Reggie P56 says, "Vaseline same." Just kidding. Vaseline is what he said. Vaseline is the same. So yes, all these little things, little lip grease and stuff like that, it's all comes from oil. We get it. But my thing is exactly what you're saying, Harmon. Is it's such a big deal, and it's not just because he's making gas out of it. No, it's what he's using to make the gas out of. And the reason I'm highlighting this dude is because he has taken plastic from people. He's like, hey, can you send me your plastic stuff? He's like, I don't care what plastic it is, just send it to me. So people are sending him boxes of trash. That's all he cares about. That's all he needs. You saw that, right?
Yeah.
It's, man, you keep talking to him, Harmon. I'm gonna bring this stuff up. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's very good. I mean, you know, it's not a secret that it's made out of crude oil. That's why everybody kept making comments. It's duh. He's just taking it and processing and showing that you could at least use this plastic instead of quit polluting the earth with it, which they don't care about.
Nope.
You know, they just fake stories. Go ahead. I thought you were ready.
Oh, no. Continue. Yeah, man. Do you think keep
it says don't talk about natural gas with Harmon. Yeah. I didn't call it natural gas. They make the gas. And so who is it? Was that Sean Alke? Yeah, Sean Alke, thinking that there's go get me a cup of helium out of the sky and bring it to me there, Sean. I'd like to see that.
Womp womp womp.
and yeah, it says the gas pump icon has 322 on it. What gas pump icon?
Like Skull and Bones.
Oh, does it really? I didn't know that.
Me neither. I didn't even notice, to be honest.
Yeah.
So his channel is called Nature Jab. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm gonna drop it in the Foundry. Boom, boom, in the Foundry. Part of the gumbo. There it is. That is his channel right there. It's called Nature Jab, right? And then this dude right here, you should go to the shorts and shit. Right? I'm gonna go here and then I'm gonna show y'all what it is he does. My man got this crazy ass contraption at his house. It's wild as shit, man. It is wild as shit. Real talk. Here it is. Check it out. Y'all can see that.
And this becomes the oils or the.
Look at that. Gorgeous. So I got a little bit of plastoline. Plastoline! Gasoline alternative that I made 100% from plastic waste. And what we have here is a beautiful vintage truck. And today, the 6th of April, 2025, I'm about to put plastoline inside of a truck and run it for the first time in history. So, are we all ready? Yeah! Let's do it! Plastic in the fuel. Yeah. So, I'm going to be pouring the plastoline in right here. And right here, we have a hose that goes right to the fuel pump. So I'm going to pour the plastoline in this can, and when the engine is cranked, it's going to pull the plastoline directly into the engine. So this will be running off of 100% pure plastoline. So I'm going to pour it in, and then everybody will be able to come and see what it looks like inside of the tank. So. Yeah, make sure you guys get that pour action there. All right. And just for history's sake, I kind of want, a few of you guys to come up and see and confirm that there is stuff in the can. For history's sake, for the video's sake, nobody's going to say we didn't do it.
It's very yellow.
If you want to know what it smells like, too. Hey, and for the record, just off of the smell, can you guys, is it gasoline in there?
Yes.
Well, it's plastic. You guys are supposed to say no. You're supposed to say it's plastoline. Does it smell different from gasoline?
Yeah, it's way different.
Yes, yeah, it's different. So this is not gasoline that we just put in here. This is plastoline. Together, thank you all for making this possible, coming up, for all your support. And we're about to make history right now. You ready, Bobby? Let's do it. Plastic in the fuel. Come on, baby. Come on. Get that shot. Get the shot that it's going in.
Look at that. Yup. Look at that. So all that to show y'all that old
Let him
boy
do the
got-
burnout. Let him show how much power he has. They do a burnout at the end of this.
Oh yeah. Of this one, does he do the burnout?
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody always wants to ask me, how much per gallon does it take to take plastic waste and
Oh, you
turn it
just
into a
switched, didn't
gallon of my
Yeah.
plastoline? Yes,
Hold on.
Yeah, there's another one that does the burnout. I told you I watched them.
And this becomes the oils
Oh.
or the.
There it is. My bad. Shit.
Right there.
Everybody always wants to ask
Because someone
me,
is
how
acting
much per gallon does
octane.
it take to take
The octane
Yeah, well,
content?
someone's acting with the octane content. I don't know,
I have
but
no idea.
would that mean it had enough power? Does the octane relate
Yes.
to power? Whoever was saying that in there, I don't know. I don't know how it works.
I think so, but with this one right here, it's almost like a diesel fuel. This in that it's not flammable. It's not like regular gasoline. It's almost like, I think this stuff is almost like a jet fuel. You know what I'm saying?
And jet fuel's not flammable.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think this is like a jet fuel.
Right, as I'm saying, and that's what I'm saying. But it was flammable in 2001, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Jet fuel don't burn, but it sure did then.
Exactly. It burned in 2001. That's a good point. Yep. But yeah. So this right here, if he had a lab coat on, maybe he'd be more engaged.
Be nice, Justin. Be nice, Justin.
It's true, man. Yeah, man. Don't be walking around with no jumpsuit, dog. Ain't nobody gonna take you serious, dog.
And
Yeah.
and dishwashing gloves.
Yeah, that's right. You got like you're using some palm olive or some shit, man. Get out of here. Nobody gonna take you serious, man.
Oh.
You know? No, but there was a video in which he made where his shit blew up right in his face, and then he was in the hospital. You know, he had the fucking test burns. He was like, yeah, it blew up, and then he actually filmed it, and then it took him to the hospital. He was recovering from that, and then now he got PPE on, you know, and with the PPE, he's getting in there. He's made his contraptions a lot. He's dedicated enough time to now he knows his mixtures better, and he's dedicating more time to tweaking his contraption to
Right.
where it's more safe. It's not totally safe, but it's more safe. You know what I'm saying? He's paying more attention and stuff, obviously, and he's put in a lot of time, man. He's put in a lot of time and effort. Basically, the best thing about this to me, he's taking all the waste, all the stuff we don't need, all the stuff we don't want, and he's turning it into a useful product. No, I didn't forget y'all, Skeptic 936 and Tiffy Vinci. I didn't forget you. And yes,
go ahead.
I pray
Jimmy
for him.
Satterfield says, it says if jet fuel burn this, why does jets blow up when they crash? Well, that's a good question. First of all, jet fuel has to be sprayed into a fine mist, and that fine mist will be combustible. But just a jet fuel sitting there, you can take a match and put it in there, a cigarette lighter, put it on, and it won't burn. It has to be done into a fine mist. So maybe when they crash, some of that's already in a fine mist being blown into the engines. Maybe when it crashes, it blows into a fine mist or something. I don't know.
Perhaps,
of course, then you would say it would burn in 2001. But yeah, that was a whole different story. Yeah, that would take like billions of gallons.
And then you got to consider it being under pressure as well. Anything under pressure could potentially just explode and make, you know what I'm saying?
How many know that a passenger was a prop, but it was a passenger plane crashed into the Empire State Building like in the 30s, I think.
Back in the 50s.
It was the 50s or 30s,
some shit
or
like
40s.
that. Yeah.
I know sometime. And it didn't do anything. It just went to the whatever floor it went into and sat there.
Yep.
You know?
I remember. Well, I don't remember because I wasn't alive, but I remember.
No, but you remember the film and stuff like that. And so I just wondering how, man, why didn't they build those other buildings like the Empire State Building then? That's strong.
Exactly. No, that's true.
Yeah. No, but the towers were the best, strongest buildings we had in the world.
We did, and then they destroyed them on purpose, and then nobody wants to talk about fucking Larry Silverstein. That motherfucker should be in jail. I don't give a fuck if he's 1,000 years old. You wheel his old ass right in the fucking prison. So,
yeah, I agree with you, Justin, about the airplanes. It'd take a little bit. It's got to be a little bit in there, but mainly on somehow they've harnessed the nature and using the power of the vortex to run those jets. It seems like, that's for sure. Is that what you're talking about?
Who, me?
No.
JJ.
JJ, he said it in the chat. And you know what makes chat? You know what I found out through the years watching these channels? When you keep active in your chat and you do, converse with them sometimes, it makes you feel more liking the video. It just does. And it will be on people's channels that won't even look at the chat ever because they think it's so important what they've got to say all the time. The chat's what's going to make you grow.
Yes.
It just does.
Yes. Indeed.
And so I always like that.
Yep.
What do you think about that, Sarah G? Yeah.
Sarah G knows, man. And Sarah G knows that fucking cigarettes are bad too. Apparently. She was talking about it earlier.
So if you don't know, Google doesn't know, ask Sarah G.
Sarah Google. That's why.
Yeah, that's what the G's for,
That's
right?
what the G stand for.
Sarah Google.
So yeah, man.
How many
Totally.
agree about that? With making sure that we keep the chat active and acknowledging the chat is good. Put a 1 or 2, 1 for if it is, and 2 if it doesn't matter.
Or a
If you
10
guys want to
for it.
participate.
Yes, absolutely. Hell fucking yeah. Or a 10. Put a 10 in that.
100%, Justin Johnson.
He's like, I put 100, goddamn it.
Yeah.
I put 100 in that bitch.
Yeah, I've seen so many times in chats people try to get the guy's attention.
Yeah, man. Like, I know, like, that shit be happening to me too. I know Maria Walker was like, Vlad, I'm going home. And I'm like, wait, my bad shit. My bad,
Yeah,
Maria
but they'll sit there and ask for your super chats all day long.
No. And yeah, I don't get
no, not you. I said the channels I'm talking about. Yeah. But yet they won't even acknowledge you unless you give them $5 to read your chat, and they can't bother with you.
Yep.
I just don't get that.
Yeah.
I don't get that part. But anyway, this guy is awesome. Julian.
Yep.
Julian. Isn't that part of your name too?
Nope.
No?
Mm-mm.
Anyway, so yeah, he's a good guy. Yeah, I really liked him. I'm glad you sent me the videos.
Yeah, man. The dude is solid, man. And what I like about him, he's trying to get rid of that bullshit, dude. He's trying to get rid of this plastic that's all over the place. And that's such a noble cause.
Yes, it is.
The only thing that sucks about it is that, you know, like we already know, man. We know how these motherfuckers, we know how they do, man. And we don't trust them. And we have every right to not trust them. So yeah, so kind of like Tara or Tiffy Vinci said, we pray
I don't
for
know
him.
that one.
Tiffy Vinci's on the Rumble side, and yes.
Oh yeah, I was over there talking
Tiffy.
to her.
Yeah, Tiffy Vinci on the Rumble side. Shout out to Tiffy on the Rumble.
Yeah, you really got to work on that Rumble if you want people going there. You got to. I just read up on it how you do it. You got to go through some other kind of program, and then the other program can, puts YouTube, and then you'll have that chat overlaid on every chat, and it will show, and it combines all the chats together. It's a program that you have to. It's not easy. I'm not saying it's easy, but the people who do that, they'll run 3 live streams, one maybe here, one maybe Rumble, maybe one on Odyssey at the same time, and all those chats. There's a program that you can put them in, and all the chats go together, and it tells you which chat came from where.
One chat to rule them all, and in the darkness bind them.
Harmon, you need more gambling tips or what? And Sean Hockey says, yeah, I lost my bet tonight. I bet on I won the Lakers, but I won on Lakers lost, which I bet against them.
Oh shit, the Lakers lost tonight.
Yeah, they played Oklahoma. Oklahoma's #1 team in the league.
Oh god.
And then I bet on San Francisco Giants to win tonight. And then they lost.
Oh, it's baseball season too, huh?
Yeah. Oh, shit. They were all complaining. They got these new bats in baseball. They're calling them, I forget what they call them, but they almost look like at the end like a bowling pin. So it's not all when it hits the barrel's not all straight anymore. It's got like a little bowling pin shape to it in the middle, and it gets narrow at the end. And they started off, the Yankees were using them, and they started off and they tied the National League record with like 9 home runs in the first 5 days and stuff. But 4 of the home runs came from their star player. Yeah, and they didn't break the record. They almost tied it. So I'm saying, what about the bats? So I go back in '73. Oh, it's just they started off hot. Now they're not even in first place in their division. You know, and then they were complaining about the Dodgers won their first 8 games, and they were saying, "Oh, it's not fair. They got all the money and they're buying." Now they're in 3rd place. Already, they've lost 4 in a row now.
Start. Yeah, they got that hot start. They're gonna be trash for the rest of the time, huh?
Yeah, it's enough sports. It ain't sports channel, but I quit sports for 7 years, guys. I just said, I'm not going to. You know what? Then I entered some of this stuff back in me, and when you go back into it, you know it's fake. You know what's like, but you still got to figure it out. You know, so I just sat there and tried to go back and enjoy just simple things and quit being stressed out about everything. Yeah. That's what I did. But I won't go back to TV. Guys, I will not go back to TV.
Yeah,
That's
dude, I got
poison.
this TV stick sitting in my house connected to my PlayStation. Really, the only thing I do is I run the pledge. I run the pledge underneath the TV stand because it's made the whole thing is made of wood, and I pledge up on top of and around my TV. That's it. I don't even put it on. And the only reason I put it on is because I was like, yo, I got to see if this thing works. Okay, it still works. My PlayStation, it still works. But I'm like, yo, I don't even use it. I feel crazy. I'm like, is it me that's crazy? What's going on? I don't even use these things no more. They used to be so much of my life.
Right. As like Maria says, I don't like sports. Well, Maria, I can't say I don't like. I don't watch sports. It's a waste of time. But I will bet on those things. It's just fun to put $5 on a 2-team ticket to win $15. It just is fun. It's like she said her uncle was a pro golfer. I'm seeing, right? And she says he always used to make us watch golf on TV. And she said, "Z," like she fell asleep, right? Yeah, it's just like playing golf. Why it's so addictive. There's not one person out on that golf course who's not gambling. You're betting on a putt. You're betting on something. Even if it's 50 cents. It doesn't matter. 50 cents betting on a putt makes that thing worth something. And it's just weird how the gambling works your head. You
Dude,
know?
it's a good thing you're not Chinese, bro.
Oh, those my Korean friends, they bet. I can't even afford them. They invited me one time and they said, "Okay, we'll spot you $300." I go, "What? We'll spot you three." The way they play the game by 6 holes, I had lost that $300. I said, "No, I'm not playing." I said, "Take your free money back." I said, "No way, you guys are crazy gamblers. They get crazy." Yeah, the Koreans
Lord.
love golf. Oh, they love golf.
Yeah, what's her name? Michelle Wei is
Wee.
their
Yeah.
Michelle Wei. She's like their champion, huh?
Oh
She's
no, no
like the
more. No,
Korean.
she's. I don't even think she plays anymore.
Yeah.
No. Korea has in the top 10. They probably have 7 women in the top 10. Korea has taken over in the women's sports as far as in golf. They're so disciplined. So I don't never watch it. Harmon needs to rehab. This is actually an intervention, he says. Okay, guys. Okay, now I don't watch TV, I say, but I will. I never pay for anything. And I got a lot of sites I go to, and I'll watch like a season of Justified. Is that the same as watching TV? Watching the programs? What do you think? If it's the same as watching TV, let me know, chat. If it's the same, put a 1, or if it's more controlled, different. Because I'm trying to rationalize to watch these TV programs. What do you think, Vlad?
So Harmon, you're gonna watch ESPN to watch like betting too?
No, I don't watch ESPN. Don't get it.
So
no, but do you ever watch these series, TV series? Do you watch them ever?
You know what? I actually just watched a TV series the other day. You know what I saw?
What?
Castlevania. Who in here watches Castlevania? Nobody watches. They're like, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is a Castlevania? I'm like, oh, my bad,
it's probably what year is it?
Castlevania just came out this year. Well, no, it came out back in 2017, the original one.
Oh, okay.
Maria Walker said,
was it a drama or was it a comedy or
See,
dramedy?
Justin Johnson think he's funny. He said Blackula.
Blackula.
So no, it's actually a cartoon. Anytime I say it's a cartoon, girls are like, oh, so you watch cartoons? And I'm like, oh, kind of. It's like actually really, and then they look at me as a nerd, and then women, a lot of women do not watch cartoons, Harmon. They don't.
Well, they should. That make them better people.
Yeah, I think so.
It says I mostly Satterfield says he watches mostly YouTube. Is YouTube the same as watching TV? I don't know. Do you get conflicted on that? You know?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Maria put a 0. I mean she doesn't know. She has no opinion.
Yeah.
I have a hard feeling that Maria doesn't have an opinion.
And Reggie P56, yes, the animated version. So if you don't know, Netflix has the animated Castlevania, which is absolutely fire. And the thing is, I don't watch TV, but Castlevania.
Is that watching TV though? What makes?
I watch that shit. I watch
Yeah, I mean,
Castlevania.
I love the show. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I watch like that. You know what they call them, binge watching. You know, I'll watch it. Sometimes I'll just keep watching from the next one to the next one. I guess that's the same as watching TV. So I can't say I don't watch TV. Is that what would you say? I don't know. I'm confused, really.
Well, well, by the way, Jimmy Satterfield says you sound like Foghorn Leghorn.
That's you.
No, you.
He says I do.
So he
Or
says you do. Marcy Chan, I like King of the Hill. I like the clips of King of the Hill and Family Guy. I like clips of that as well. But like TV has gotten so narrow for me that I'm like, I can't, because there's so much shit going on that I'm like, I have to read something or I have to get my hands involved in something. I can't waste my time playing video games. I can't waste my time watching TV. And then when I do binge watch TV, it's like, all right, I've got 3 hours. I'm gonna stuff Castlevania in my eyes until my fucking head explodes. 3 hours, Castlevania. And then the season is over, and then I'm like, that's it. I don't have to watch TV for the rest of the year because I watch Castlevania. I'm done.
yeah, Sean. Okay, I use my TV as a monitor. It's not hooked up to any.
Yes.
It's my monitor. I have my people always spend all this money for smart TVs. I sit there, take my old laptop that's 12 years old, plug it into the TV, and you run everything off that. It's just a monitor.
Yep.
And yeah.
I've got a smart TV too, but that smart TV pretty stupid because I barely run that motherfucker. Just
I never use the smart. I just use it as a monitor.
Yeah, just sitting there, just dusty it in a motherfucker, just like sitting there looking at me like, dog, you got a remote right there. You ain't gonna put it on for like 5 minutes. I'm like, all right, I'll put it on. Yes, you work, motherfucker. Off again. Damn. That's it.
And he says, yeah, the same. Oh, so Sean Alke uses it as a monitor too, I'm sure. And then Angela says, I watch movies and TVs all the time. What else are you gonna do when you're retired? I agree with you, ABC.
Yeah,
that's it.
As a kid, yeah. Like TV, yeah, I'd love to watch. Even then, my parents were like, "There is no TV for you. You are to not watch TV. It's 8 o'clock. You mean to tell me you still watching TV?" And I'm like, God damn it, man. And so
you ever heard of Jack Reacher?
Jack Reacher. Yeah, the spy kind of guy, right?
Yeah, well, he's a retired major from the army or something like that. He was really intelligent and stuff like that, right?
Yes.
And I guess I never knew about him, but I guess he's huge. Women just love reading him. He's 6'5", muscle bound, and he's out there Lone Ranger for the justice of saving the little people. Well, when they made the first movie come out, they put Tom Cruise in it.
I know, and Tom Cruise is a midget.
He's 5'6" or 7. You know,
and he's like scrawny. He's a little man.
Yeah, and so they had a hard time. But as much as I dislike him as a person and his statements he makes and stuff, and I disagree with him, I hate it that he's a good actor. You still watch him. It's just like, no, he's a good actor. If you look at, he'll get your attention. At least that's the way I do. And I love movies and stuff like that. Says same semi-retired. Sean Alke says anyway, and. But now they made a TV series on Amazon. At least it's on Amazon.
With the big dude, right?
He's 6'5", muscle bound and everything.
He's a
I just got through watching season 3. And that's the Jack Reacher the women love. Women just love the Jack Reacher.
They should have put Lizzo as Jack Reacher.
Who?
They should have put Lizzo as Jack Reacher.
Who's that?
Oh, forget it. Damn, you took the wind right out of that joke. So Lizzo is a singer. She's a black woman. She's kind of heavy. Actually, really pretty now. She lost a lot of weight. But I'm just making that as a joke. You know how anytime they take some things, certain characters like
like Equalizer. They made that freaking woman Equalizer.
Oh, Queen Latifah, right?
Yeah.
Yo, that's what I said. They were like the Equalizer. I was like, wait, what is this? I said, what? I said, what's that? I said, is that Queen Latifah doing what? I said, Lord have mercy. Why are you using her? I said, you could have used Cicely Tyson and would have gotten the same thing.
Yeah, and she's supposed to be this tough guy, you know, beating up men and stuff. Oh, I get a kick out of it, you know. It just they ruin the series. They ruin it.
No, she's all big and mommy-like, running
Yeah.
around, her big boobs flopping all over the place. I'm like, oh, that's Queen Latifah, man. She's all mommy-like.
There was this one in the 70s show called Cannon. And they had this, and it's old retired, it's old movie stars that can't get a role anymore, and they put them in this. And he's probably 5'7" and weighs 250 pounds, and he's trying to run down criminals. It just, you know, it's just that they just ruin things like that.
Episode 1 ended because he caught a heart attack.
Well, then, do you remember the Beverly Hillbillies?
Yeah.
Well, then when he was like in his 70s, they made a show called Barnaby Jones. He was a detective running people down at 70.
Oh, God.
Yeah. It was just ridiculous, the things they put us in there. And Maria, I think it says, Maria goes, have I heard of things called subliminal messages? Yes, I've heard of subliminal messages. And I think they can still put it in, it says Google Flickr rates are subliminal message. Yes, I know. Maria, do you know how they did the subliminal messages and how they got that started back in the 20s? And you know the study they did? Do you know any of that stuff? Do you know they outlawed marijuana because the people who took marijuana and they tested it weren't susceptible to the subliminal messages for some reason? Well, the same reason they were the same decade they released the TV. They also outlawed the marijuana and hemp at the same time. It's all tied together. So yeah, I know about the subliminal messages.
Yeah. And
so
real quick, to Flat Earth Warriors, I remember that part where Tom Cruise was shooting the guns at the fucking the 5G airplane, right? And then he was shooting the guns, and then he stops shooting at like 33. I think it's 33 rounds or 33,000 rounds or some shit like that on his freaking minigun on his plane. I remember that. I made a video on it. I was like, holy shit. I was like, he stops at 33. That's a fucking bat signal. Yeah, it was true. In the latest Top Gun, I'm serious.
Oh, I wouldn't watch that one. It just sometimes.
Dude, it was actually good. You'd like it.
Was it good? I don't know what.
Good.
And being in the Air Force when the first one came out, we hated it in the Air Force. It was just horrible.
Of course, because it's a Navy movie.
No, because he sits there and buzzes the tower in the movie. You buzz the tower, you're on the ground. You're never getting fly that plane again. Come on. It was a bunch of BS. And then we had what we called the Top Gun. People came in. That was a recruiting movie. I'm telling you. We got this big influx of these guys thought they were going to be like Tom Cruise.
I want F-16s. I want F-14s. I want Tomcats.
And then they were being disrespectful and everything because the movie taught them they could do what they want. I bet you, I was in England at the time. I bet you we had 40 guys come in from that, and we called them the Top Gun, and they're E1s. You know, they're E1s. And I bet you within 2 years, out of the 40, 30 of them were discharged because they were in another world.
Because they were swabbing, dude. So I have my Tiffy Vinci. You're right on point.
What'd he say?
Kilmer. She says, "Rip Val Kilmer."
Oh, rest in peace.
Gone. Yeah.
So had that throat cancer.
So when I used to fly, of course, with my uniform, I got my one of the things that came with my uniform was my flight jacket. And my flight, the Navy spends a lot of money on uniforms, enlisted too, right? And so I got my flight jacket, and it's a leather flight jacket with the fur collar, right? And I would wear my combination cover, and people would salute me. And I'm like, dude, no, I'm enlisted. What are you doing, right? And so what would happen is I would go to do my flights wearing that coat, and other people would wear theirs wearing their leather-bound flight jacket. It's a nice jacket. It is a nice jacket. I'll show it to you guys here in a second. And like guys would have their aviators on. like thinking they're on Top Gun, and I'm just sitting there.
Yes.
I couldn't. It couldn't be any more fringe, and I'm like, oh God, like what are you doing? Please don't wear those aviators around me, please, please, please don't. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Sean Halkey says his uncle was a pilot and he thought he was Top Gun because he had the pilot and the glasses.
Yeah, you see?
I tell you, that movie affected a lot of people. It must have came out in 84 or 85 because I was in England from 84 to 89. And that's when all those guys came in. It's and when they buzzed the tower and he buzzed it first time he buzzed it early in the show, then he buzzed it at the end again. Do you know what would happen? They would shoot him down. They would have shot him down. Sheesh.
It's
a terrible propaganda movie for American military. I mean, it's pro military. Don't get me wrong.
It worked. It worked because I had people when I joined. They were like, "Man, Top Gun was the biggest seller movie."
Oh yeah,
people
they pumped that good. Boy, they got us so brainwashed.
Yeah, see, DeWitt Straight Laces knows. He said Top Gun had a lot of boys signing up. It sure did. They were like, hey, I want to fly a plane. And then the recruiter was like, yeah, just sign right here. I'll have you flying a plane. No, they had these motherfuckers flying swabs and buckets, Cadillacs. That's what they had them flying, right?
Yeah.
Just fucking mops and brooms. That's what they had them flying. Desks. You're flying a desk. That's what you're flying.
Yeah. And then on 2001, that incident there. God, the recruiters didn't even have to recruit anymore. They were just in line, just signing them up.
Yep.
It's another. It just. Oh my God! I just wish. And I probably would have been there too if I hadn't already been in. Who knows? You know, you just fall for the hook, line, and sinker. Line, and sinker. Oh.
And then that movie Men of Valor came out.
I don't know that one.
After that, Men of Valor came out, and that was like a recruiting tool. It was
another recruiting one, right?
Yeah, it was about the SEALs that had actual SEALs in it.
It says, please don't miss the missing link in April 24th. Dell will be on the show.
The missing link.
It must be. It's a channel.
Okay.
A missing channel. He says Dell's going to be on it. No, I don't want to. I just leave that subject alone. I leave it alone. Anyway, so Dell is Dell from Scotland.
Okay.
He's the Upper Rising guy.
Oh, okay.
But I think there were some of them. I scanned through the channels a little bit and listened. They were having an argument with him about something. One says there's a constant velocity, and the other one says there's not a constant velocity. They're just arguing about that. So I let them figure it out on their own.
Yeah,
that's all.
Yeah, that's a bone I can't chew on, man. I can't. Not now. I just can't. My brain is still trying to figure out this flat Earth.
Yeah. Oh, so tell the people in chat, hey guys, he wants you to send emails to him about how you figured out there was flat. What was your story? What was your aha moment? And he says he wants to go through that. He wants to go through that. And go ahead and tell him.
No. Yeah. Guys, Maria Walker, specifically you, I'm talking to you, Maria Walker. I sent you an email, right? I use Maria Walker as a test platform. Maria Walker hasn't answered me yet. And so what Maria Walker's probably going to answer on the bottom is, I never saw your email, Vlad. So I sent Maria Walker an email yesterday, like, Maria, hey, I want to know what your story is, right? And pretty much what I've been doing is I've been going from person to person, and I'm looking to hear what your story is so I could read about your story, if you don't mind me reading about it. You could give me like roughly like a paragraph or a paragraph and a half. Yes, I did, Maria Walker. I sure did. Check spam. It might be in spam. But I hardly ever check it. Well, you might want to check it. Oh, so you're going to send me email, but you're not going to expect me to send you reply back? Come on now. Maria,
well, now, Maria, you have a reason to check it. Don't say, "Oh, I don't do." You know, he's not just somebody. He's a guy we watch. You know, so do a little effort, check your email, and see if he sent you something. It won't hurt, promise.
So that comes not only from Maria Walker. You guys have my email. That's everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Send me your story. Send me your story, and you know,
You see what Johnson says? That's
yeah,
funny. He is.
yeah.
You're on a roll tonight. You're on a roll.
It's-
Can I send it in a fax?
Oh God, that's
Oh
gonna
my
cost
God.
a lot of money.
Just send it. Might as well send it snail mail then.
ABC, you don't know how to do email? Then
And write a letter.
yeah,
Then write a
write a
letter.
letter. Write a letter. Yeah, you too, Maria. So send a letter, Maria. Address it to my wife. So yeah, so write me an email about how you came into the flat earth. A paragraph to a paragraph and a half. Because my thing is I want to get people's story out there. You know what I'm saying? And whether you want to come up here and talk about it with me, we could do that. Or I could just read it and then I can just kind of highlight who the person is in the foundry, in the gumbo of people in here. And that's what it is, man.
Here's Reggie says he found a video called Flat Earth Litmus Test.
Okay.
Then YouTube Flat Earth and found 400 videos playlist for Flat Earth. And oh my gosh, that's awesome. You were lucky, Reggie, because you got all the good stuff at the beginning. And no, I'm not on Facebook. And yeah, that is awesome. What happened to me? My best friend was TV. I would tell people golf. You know, I'm retired. I go play golf. You know, play sometimes a round and a half. You know, we'd be there 4 or 5 hours. Then I go home. I said, well, I go see my friend because that's when you recorded everything. You had your what were those things called that recorded your shows and stuff? You come back home and play them. You know, there was it was big. Everybody had them on their TVs. What was that called? I've even forgotten now. But I go back.
You talking about, Harmon? Say what?
When you had TV, you would have a recorder, not VCRs, but your digital recorder when they finally got it. And everybody had it part of their TVs. They come home and the TV programs they record.
You talking about it was in the 90s.
No, this is in the 2000s, I think.
Yeah, TiVo.
No, not a camcorder, Jimmy.
No.
What was it called? Vivo. What was it? TiVo, and there were other things like that. Or even DirecTV had it. You could do it on DirecTV. Yeah. You could record the call. Yeah, all that stuff.
TiVo.
And so I said, I gotta go home and go watch. This is how I got my flat Earth, right? So I went home and watched and watch shows till I go to sleep. Get up and go play golf. Come home and watch shows till I go to sleep. So then, Always in Philadelphia was one of my favorite shows. Right, I just love it. And so the girl on there, they gave her a chance to make a pilot on ABC, Disney Channel, they were calling it. It was supposed to be this wholesome show. So she's this progressive nanny, goes on there, and this leads to it. And the very first show, the pilot, they show it like in May. They'll show like 4 episodes. Enough people watch it, they'll pick it up and pull it in the fall. So it didn't get picked up. So the very first episode, she's a progressive nanny helping a single mother raise her kid. And he's 5 years old. And the whole thing was about, in the first show, that he felt like a girl. 5 years old. I feel like a girl. Well, honey, it's okay. You can feel like a girl. And they were painting his fingernails and everything like that. And so at the end of this 30-minute show, they go to a little commercial. Then they had the closing. And the closing, both of them were walking the little boy to school. They got him in a dress.
Huh?
Yeah, they got him in the dress.
When was this? When was that?
2016 or 17. All right, and this is one made me do it. And then people are trying to figure out what happened, and this will help Maria when I'm talking about subliminal messages. So they're walking him to school, right? Like, in a neighborhood, hand in hand, with a little boy in between them in a dress, and he looks up at the nanny and goes, "I think my vagina itches." They said that in the show.
I'd have been like, little boy, that's your nuts, motherfucker.
I took all my cable
at 5 years old anyway.
But they said that in the show. So
down there.
I unplugged the TV, the far as that, and I went cold turkey. I didn't watch sports. I didn't watch anything on TV. Nothing to do with it like I do now. And then I guess it had me so hypnotized, right? And so because that was in May, I remember. So no, April. So April, May, June, July, August. And August and September, all of a sudden we're golfing and I start talking about things. And I started thinking, where are you getting these ideas from? I said, I don't know. They're just coming to me now. You know, I just thinking things. I think I was under the trance of television. I wasn't so much. Like Maria says, I was being controlled. And so, and one of my friends goes, "Oh, you quit." I says, "What have you changed in your life?" Because because I was just full of information now flooding in. And they go, "Oh," and one of them goes, "Oh, you quit watching TV." I go, "Ah." And so then I went around to all my friends in the sporting books and all like this. I said, "Do you think you're controlled by anything?" And I probably asked 100 people and not one of them could do it. I said, "Do me a favor, give up TV for 6 weeks. Just turn it off cold turkey and don't watch it anymore." Not one of them could even think about it one day. It like offended them. So I've challenged several people, just turn it off for 6 weeks and see what happens to you. Just turn it off. Don't watch anything. No, nothing. Just don't do it.
You gotta get me to turn it on.
Yeah, but I was going to them trying to do it. So I started thinking. Then when I heard Flat Earth, it just made. I said okay, and it took me after I heard it. I heard Eric DeBay's whatever I heard him and Phuket Word. Phuket Word, is it Phuket Word? I think it is. And anyway, so within 2 days, I said, yeah, it makes sense. It was that simple, you know. So that's how I did it. I quit watching TV and allowed thoughts to come into my head.
Right.
See, I think
it's kind
it
of
keeps,
hard with all that distraction from the television and everything, man.
I think so.
Yeah, I would say so.
I know it says soft skin is for Globers, or they're doing something up there. I don't know.
Oh, soft skin. Oh, so soft skin, bring back bullies and shaming. Yeah, bring back bullies and shaming, make motherfucker think twice. But I mean, you know, that like that. I think I don't even know.
Oh, they were
You know?
talking about Marty Leeds litmus test. Is that quite old? Is bass backwards? Is that old? Because I think I watched it in 17 or something. Is that possible?
I don't know. But here's the thing, guys. Is that you guys should go ahead if you are interested. If you're interested, obviously, because I don't want to force nobody to do nothing. But if you're interested and you want me to read your story, I'd love to read your story on here. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, guys, it's not always about me. It's not always about the people on the panel in here. It's about the guys in the foundry and what you guys have going on, right? So I'd really like to hear your stories. A lot of you motherfuckers are in there. Y'all talk a lot of shit, but then y'all don't want to come up here when that link drops. You know what I'm saying? Which it is what it is, right? Taster's choice. At the same time, we don't know what your story is. So yes, you're a flat earther. How did you get there? You understand what I'm saying? How did you get there? What keeps you grounded? Or what got you there? And how did that aha moment feel? All these things are interesting to us. All these things are interesting to me. And here's the thing. I'd say the biggest part is this. In order for other people to come around, in order to help other people come around, they need to hear a story. They might need to hear your story. You understand what I'm saying? Does that make any sense, Harmon?
Yes.
Yeah.
No. There was this people called Mia's sunglasses. Her and her boyfriend ended up missing. As far as we think, they were just ended up missing. They had a channels, and we were going to one time try to figure out why are we awake and not the other people. We were trying to figure out what's the common thing, and we tried sending out flyers in 17 or 18 to people on the internet and stuff like that. What do we have in common? What did we do that makes us see where my son can't see anything, 30 years old, and he just literally like a brick wall in front of his face, can't see anything. So what is it? What do me and you have in common? What does Shanalki have in common? What do all of us have in common that allowed us to see through the BS? There's got to be something common.
Yeah, I think, well, of course, I could say what I think it is. You could say what you think it is. But is that truly it? We don't know. And this is why we need Peggy.
That's why we tried getting information. We tried getting everybody to fill out something, make a list of 50 questions and see which one is in common, just as a start.
But anything. I think everybody's testimony is it. You know what I'm saying? And of course, we could say critical thinking, we could say ego, all the things that sound like they make sense. Yes, but then
Well, I was
there's
raised. We were going on the fluoride theory at first back then. I was raised out in the country. We didn't drink fluoride. We didn't have it in our water or nothing. We had
I
nothing like
wasn't
that.
raised out in the country. I wasn't raised out in
You
the
know,
country.
as I'm saying, so we figured that didn't work because a lot of people
Right.
were in the fluoride that are woke. So that was one of the first things we said. Well, to see how many people didn't have, because when I'm taking showers and baths, I don't have fluoride and stuff growing up. It wasn't around the country. We have our own well water.
Yeah,
So
and that's another thing that I thought was intellectual honesty. But then again, like,
and I don't think there's got to be something
yeah,
that lets. Sean Alke says intellectual honesty. I don't know, Sean. I'm thinking there's something that we did learn, saw something. It's like the guys when they tried to find out. It's on the flicker rate. Whoever was saying earlier about subliminal message, it's on the 60 hertz flicker rate. They found
yes.
out your brain waves are 60 per second. And when they put the TV out, they put the TV out at 60 per second. So it's in tune with your brain waves. If you guys can remember your parents when you're younger and they're watching TV and they're just like in a trance, well, they are. Sometimes people try to talk to you and you're watching the TV and you're in a trance it's in tune with your mind. So they found out in the 20s when they were doing the experiments before they released it, the people that were smoking marijuana, it did not affect them somehow. It blocked it. So that's
Same
one
thing
thing.
with these
So,
lights. These lights, the lights also function at a 60 hertz frame
whatever they do,
flicker
flicker
rate.
at 60 point
Yeah.
second. Yeah.
It's a 60 hertz cycle.
So what does people think, chat? What do you think might be a common denominator factor in all of us? I can't say intellectual honesty because
It
I
could
didn't
be,
know what that
yeah,
meant.
it could be now here's the thing, guys, is like, you guys have my email. Let's just make it happen. Let's just do it. I just want to hear your testimony, right? And I'd like to, if you don't mind, I would like to read it out loud. I'd like to take a segment and just, your story or whatever it is. I don't know, some corny, shit, whatever. It could be heartfelt. I don't know. I just want to get people's story out there because we see the same people everywhere we go, but we don't know we see your name, we see your face. Some of y'all, we don't even see your face. We just got your name, right? And some of y'all, we don't even know what your story is, but just a little bit of it, right? Or currently what you're dealing with. But we don't know the rest. How did you wind up here? How are you a flat earther? Why do you believe so strongly the same shit many of us believe, right? How? That's the good stuff. It's not the stuff here's the thing, it's not really the stuff that we bring to y'all, right, every week. It's not it. I don't think it's this. Like I said, this chat is important. How did you get in the chat? How'd you wind up here? And you do 2 times a week with us, sometimes 3. What brings you here, right? Part of that is your story. I know I'm talking a lot about it. I'm beating a dead horse, but I'm trying to make a point, guys. You understand? And so, yeah, like I'd like to see and hear or read your story. And again, if you would allow me to, I would like to present it to everybody else.
Okay, that's cool. Hey, and Reggie, other countries use 50 hertz. I know when I was in Turkey, Germany, most of all, it's called C-SCAM or C-PILE. They run off 50 hertz. I understand that. And the TVs were much better. Like high definition TV. Do you know when high definition TV came out, Vlad?
Was it 99, 98?
I'm not saying when it came to us, when it was out and produced in the world.
No.
Ours was 98, 99.
Probably the Japanese had it in the 60s.
They had it in the 70s. The 78.
You see what I mean?
Yes. They have it in 78, right?
I said the Japanese probably had that shit in the fucking 20s or some shit.
I'm not saying these plasma TVs, but they had high definition TVs. I had bought a TV overseas, and I said, "Wow, look at this!" And I could go to the different countries on it and take it, and it was coming through. And I was in England, and everything was so clear. So hell, I'm taking that TV back to me with the States, right? Well, then there's one for the United States. It's NTSC 4.3. I'll say I put it on there to get my channels, and it looked like garbage, like all the TVs. That's when I looked into it. In the 90s, it was Congress and then passed a law said we have to upgrade our television systems by 92. Well, they pushed it on because I found out all the movie corporations, Sony and MGM and all them, they didn't want to convert over to it because it was too big of money. Then in 96, they tried to do it again, and it got pushed back by them. But I think they made the final law, was it 99, 98? Like you said, they had to change the system over.
You had to switch from analog to digital.
Right,
And
it went from there.
Yes.
Okay, so now when they first went to that, if you think about it, the high definition DVD players and all that stuff that were Blu-ray. You remember Blu-ray?
Yeah.
And so all the nature channels, they were all from BBC. They were in the BBC Nature thing. They'd been doing high definition videos since '82. You know, they had it. They already had it all. Just they keep us so isolated and dumb over here. It's crazy, you know? And so they had all that stuff. And so we were behind in all that stuff because the big corporations didn't want to spend the money changing the system over. That was all that slowed us down, which who knows what they're doing today. I don't know if people knew that or not. You know, it was 2005. So they're talking about something. What was the date? So high definition has been out since '78. You talk to old GIs that were in Japan in those times, and they know about it. Says Maria Harmon also heard smoking did the same. Oh, she Marcy Chan said that smoking also kept them from being susceptible to the subliminal messages.
Smoking marijuana.
No, she said also cigarettes. And then, of course, someone in here said, I can't remember what it was, my Marie or something, says, of course, we don't have the same marijuana as they had back in those days. I don't even think it's marijuana. And I think the only way that they said, okay, marijuana is legal now, because we know back in the day it was great medicine, it was great this and great this. But I think all this, they call it hybrid and different strains. Well, once you take it away from nature, it's not natural no more. So it's not marijuana anymore. Harmon, what happened to Blu-ray? Well, Blu-ray's still here, I guess. I see people in Walmart buying those in the bins where they got them all stacked up. But hell, since I learned how to find movies for free on the internet, I've never done nothing but internet.
Yeah, it's free.
No, they're free.
Expensive.
What is?
Blu-ray's expensive.
Oh, not anymore.
No,
Blu-ray. You go to those bins. I think the Blu-ray is $3.
They be having them budget ass movies and shit.
No. I guess you haven't looked in the. You just probably weren't curious enough to look in the bins at Walmart and stuff.
About the Benjamins, all that much money, probably because of the constitution of the stuff. It's like CD, box, plastic.
No, but the movies don't cost nothing. I bet you go down there and get the brand new Blu-ray DVDs. I don't even know if they put out new movies on DVD anymore. Do they? They got Redbox, so they must do something, right?
They have
Redbox
is about to go out of business, man.
Yeah, because all dispensary weed is gamma rayed. What's that mean, Sean? I know it's.
Is it? Yeah, is it?
I know it doesn't have its good stuff in it anymore.
They grow it with gamma rays.
I don't know. He says.
Before we continue, shout out to JJ. Thank you for that, JJ.
What do you do?
JJ dropped a little bit of love in the Cash App. Much appreciated, brother. Much appreciated, man. JJ's with the 20. I appreciate it, brother, man. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And for
definitely. There's no way that marijuana is the same. There's just no way. They would not make it legal because it was too good for us. And so now they're gonna put out like they got whatever it is. People say they hallucinate sometimes on some of the strains. Marijuana, it just blows my mind. Whatever they're feeding us in that marijuana, it's from what I said. I've never smoked marijuana, never done it. My uncle was a hippie, and he smoked it from the time when I was a kid, all around us. But that stuff now is not the same.
Yeah,
it just can't be. Homegrown is still the best. That's what Jimmy Satterfield said. I agree with you, Jimmy. And I think 66 years old I am now. I think I would try. If I could find some stuff that was natural stuff, I might try it. But I'm not going to one of the dispensaries that's selling whatever that crap is. It's not marijuana. Do you agree or not, Vlad?
No, I don't know what it is because I remember as a kid, I never smoked it. But I remember as a kid, I would see people get bags, right? And one of the things that they used to do is they used to pack the bags with seeds sometimes. And it's like, oh, they give you a little bit of freaking leaves and mostly seeds and stems. And the thing is the seeds were good, right? But you didn't want to smoke the seeds. You wound up with a fucking headache, a raging headache. And so nowadays, from what I understand, you get a bag of whatever, or you get a container, it comes in a little container or something. And it ain't got no seeds in it, bro. It ain't got no seeds in it. Now it doesn't have no seeds. And so I'm looking at that. I'm like, God damn, that's like everything else, man. It doesn't have no seeds. And the stuff that I remember had the seeds.
I'm glad you're saying this.
It had the seeds, man. And the thing is a lot of people didn't. But some people were like, yo, I'm taking these seeds, man, and I'm gonna grow my own shit. You know what I'm saying? And then they just grow their own stuff, man. You started a little germinated in a napkin, and then you drop it in some damn, some fertilizer and some soil, and then you start growing your own stuff in your house.
I want to get to someone said it. Oh, it says, Mary Chan. I'll get to you in a second. About the seeds thing. Like out on the farm where I was raised, right? It was I ate a peach one day. I remember, and I threw it in the corner over there by a fence. And in a year, that thing grew. A peach tree started growing. We don't grow peaches out in Southern California where it's too hot for. It grew, and it ended up making us such peaches. It was crazy. Grew wild, And of course, we irrigated, and we didn't know. It just sucked off the irrigation. It wasn't like that. So, and I'm telling you, and so the other day, someone was pointing it out to me, and I didn't really realize it. If it doesn't have seeds, it ain't good for you because it sure isn't natural. And we used to think, oh, great, they don't have no seeds in watermelon anymore. You don't have to worry about that. But now you're eating this. Who knows what you're eating? Yep. And so that leads to Mary.
Remember when you got seeds without grapes? You're like, oh, I could eat it, and I ain't got to crunch into that shit. Oh, you felt like you were rich. You like, seedless grapes.
And the Marcy Chan goes. This leads to Marcy Chan. She says, and when they when they permit it, ask why. I think she's talking about why did they make marijuana legal? Because it no longer was good for us. I think it's bad for us now. The stuff they have.
Yes, the stuff that they have now, totally bad. But that's the only reason they're like, oh, we can tax it somehow, and plus, we're going to give them our version of what we think they should have,
which can't be good for you.
We know it's not. We know it's not.
And I really think regional marijuana, the natural marijuana, I think it was good for you. I really do.
Yeah.
I think it had so many purposes. So yeah, if it doesn't have seeds, it's not good. So and then I learned about bananas. We get these special looking bananas. When you've been overseas and stuff, their bananas don't look like ours. Because they have natural bananas. You can actually use that banana and you can plant, you can make a tree. You ain't making no tree out of ours because we have to have these special looking bananas. They said, I'm not sure it's true. I was just listening to a story. And of course, they're pro against it, right? They were saying even the animals won't touch the bananas we eat over there. They grow for us. They'll eat the other bananas that are little and dinky out of shape things. That's what we used to get in Turkey and in Spain and stuff. And I go, oh, these are, but they're real bananas. That's the difference. Or oranges, no seeds. How can that be real? Right?
Yeah, man.
But they sold us. It's got to be terrible.
And the limes, dude, the limes. I don't know how they get the limes, but if you notice, go to your local store, get the limes. I've been looking at the limes for the last few years. All the limes have 0 seeds in them. I'm not talking limon. I'm talking
lime. About the green limes, yeah.
The green limes, dude. Green limes. No seeds.
Yeah. Walking Axel, I agree with you. You have a peach tree in California. I said they don't grow peach trees in Southern California as a harvest like that. It's just not made for the climate. But we could grow them. We had peach trees, we had tangerine trees, we had date trees. We had I can't even imagine. We never went to store for any fruits or anything like that.
Yeah.
It was all on our trees all year round.
Yeah, man, that's the
Especially Southern
joy of
California.
having nice fertile land, man, to do
Yeah.
things like that, or just having the capability to do that. I know at my parents' house now they have a crabapple tree, they have a cherry tree out front, and they have grapes growing along the house. Right now, I'm thinking the grapes are growing, and then they'll be growing probably well into like September. And then on the other side of the house, they've got blackberries, big giant blackberry bush. And I'm just like, damn, man, like you don't find these around. Like back in the day, it was everywhere. Everybody had some shit growing. You know what I'm saying? It was just natural. It just happened. Everything was growing everywhere.
And it was like before the 2020, there was this lady in England that they were out and they call it gardens. Their yards are called gardens. All right, so don't think garden. Every yard's a garden, no matter what, And they made it illegal to grow certain fruit in their yards or gardens.
Mm-hmm.
And she tested it in this one town. They were using it as an example, and they arrested her. It's like the guy they arrested in Denver for collecting the rainwater. They make it illegal to collect rainwater. I
Yes,
go, oh my gosh.
There's certain places where it's totally illegal to collect rainwater. They mark them out. There's a website. I forgot the name of the website. I'll find it. I'll track it down and I'll share it with y'all. But there's a website that shows you like where it's illegal to collect rainwater. That's right.
And Justin Johnson goes, it's bad when a dog won't eat it. That.
Exactly. Yep, turns his nose up and looks away.
Oh, you know it.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'll hand my food to a dog, and if it licks it and wants to eat it, I'll take it back and eat it myself.
Yeah. Or if you pretend it poisoned you, the dog will like spit it out.
Yeah.
Like I've seen that. Spit it out, look at you.
It says, oh wow, this truth. How do you say that person name's person? Trollette?
Truth Trollette?
No, it's a little troller. Okay. Ants won't even eat watermelon anymore, it seems. And tomatoes don't even break down when they start. Hey, don't get me on tomatoes, people. Don't get me on the vegetables on some of the things. They push the vegetables so hard, and everybody thinks, oh, vegetables are so good for you. I would look into vegetables. I know I'm one of the few people, but look into where did vegetables come from? How did they start? I know where the berries came from, and I know where, on the vines and stuff. I know where all the fruit trees came from, the dates, the coconuts, and papayas, and all that stuff. We know it come from trees. They grow wild.
Right. That or there's a severe brain trauma, and then it leaves a lot of people bedridden, can't do shit. They turn into
what's that?
Too.
Oh, yeah, the vegetables. And so I'm just saying, this is just me. I've never said this to anyone, I don't think. But vegetables, think about it. Tomatoes have to be cultivated and harvested. You're not going to find wild tomatoes. Oh, they say, we found wild onions. Yeah, they're spread from our onions when the seeds blow away, but they're not wild. They're still been cultivated and had to be harvested by man. Where did they come from? I guess we just go, the creator created them, and we all of a sudden started using them. I don't know. I don't get vegetables.
Oh, right.
No, just vegetables. Like
do you even like vegetables?
Is corn really a vegetable? Peas. I like me, but the vegetables, they push them so hard on us. They're pushed and pushed, and look who the people are telling us they're good. I'm just saying, what happens? Some of the vegetables are related to, like tomatoes. He's saying they're called nightshade. You know what nightshade plants are?
They're poisonous. Like
spinach is a nightshade. Tomatoes are nightshade.
What's the purple one? The purple long one that they make penis fucking.
Yes. Eggplant.
Eggplant.
Yes. They're all nightshade.
Like peppers, green peppers, I think as well.
Yep. Yeah. So I'm just thinking, that's just my idea, Justin Johnson. It was a rule of thumb for my granny. If animals won't touch it, you shouldn't eat it either. Yeah. Just like cashews. Cashews are extremely poisonous. They have to go through such a process just to make them so that we can eat them. I'm serious. Animals will never touch. I like that. Who said that? Who said that? If the animals, who said that? That was a nice
couple
one.
of people, yeah, a couple of people in here said that.
Yeah, Granny. If animals won't touch it, you shouldn't either. Very good. I like that. I like to see an animal eat spinach. I don't even think a rabbit eats spinach.
Are you serious?
I don't know. I'm just guessing on
Man,
that one.
spinach, greens, collard greens, mustard greens, kale. Like I be eating the fuck out of that, man.
Yeah.
I be eating the fuck out of some spinach, man. I be eating greens like a motherfucker. Especially with some vinegar in it. God dog, man.
There ain't one kid who naturally likes those vegetables.
Really?
What kid
Like,
2-year-old's gonna eat the vegetables?
well, I used to eat I used to eat broccoli a lot as a kid. I used to eat broccoli a lot, man.
My kids did too. Well, we were my ex-wife, she was big on that. We never bought baby food. She'd process her own, go through the blender, mix it up.
Like baby food. You're eating grown-up food. The
No,
baby's
she didn't eat the baby. She would go to we lived in England when they're born, and we go to the market every weekend. They have markets, and you go there and you get all the fresh vegetables and all that stuff. And she'd take them home and do it in the blender or whatever, mix them up for like baby food and make it natural baby food. And she put them in the freezer bags, and then we'd take them out. It was a long process, but she'd take them out, boil them in the water, and then get out and feed the kids the vegetables like that, straight, instead of the sugar and the baby food.
Now, Godheart Guardian brings up a good point. Imagine a world where instead of ornamental plants on every street corner, every neighborhood and school, we made it fruit trees and vegetable plants in their place. So I could tell you off the top, Godheart, that a place like that in America or around the U.S. would be like Hawaii, right? Hawaii is kind of like that, and specifically more the North Shore. When on Oahu specifically. So I could just talk about Oahu and Hawaii, where in the street somebody's growing mango, and people are growing mangoes, and you see mangoes. Like I could spot a mango tree from a mile away. Mangoes, grapefruits, papayas, sour sops. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody's growing all kinds of wild shit in the street. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't get it. I was like, I don't get how motherfuckers be starving. You got all this food growing all over the place, especially the breadfruit. So
that was in Hawaii, Thailand, and all those other places are like that too. All of them.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. Is that so? Could you imagine the foreign countries where there aren't any of those restrictions as much? I could tell you that in Haiti, it's much the same thing. Now you got all that turmoil and craziness going on in Haiti, but you got mangoes growing all over the fucking place, coconut shit.
You're not gonna starve.
Yeah, you ain't starving. Nah.
What you call it? I love my movies. I like watching the old movies and the old black and white ones, right? And I'm watching in there, and so everybody's front yards that was in good climate. I'm not talking about Montana and stuff like that, but they had fruit trees in the front yards, and people would just go by and get. Oh, let's go to the. I remember watching a movie, and I was going. And they go, oh, let's go over to the Smiths. They have this in their front yard. We'll get some from them. And then I was watching some of the old black and white movies, and I looked for them in Florida. It's just like you said. Everybody in their front yards had oranges or some type of fruit or citrus or berries in their front yards. And neighbors would go by eating them and stuff. You had to keep people away sometimes. Yeah. But I don't know if they made laws against it or what now, but it's not happening anymore.
In Hawaii, it's big to where in Hawaii, it's crazy. They're like, yo, you can't. They were making it a big fucking a big deal. They were like, you can't grow your own fucking food in your yard in Hawaii. I was like a fucking tropical.
They made the law.
Yeah.
How can they make a law against that?
This was in 2014. I don't know if it's stuck. I know they were pushing for that in 2014, 2015 timeframe. And I was trying to tell, I remember telling the chat this. I was telling my shop, I was like, hey, did you hear about the law they're making? They're trying to push here in Hawaii where you can't grow your own food. Man, they ain't nobody. People looked at me like I was crazy. They're like, so? And I'm like, oh boy. I'm like, wow. I was like, it's a big deal because, and no, ain't nobody was trying to hear all that. But yeah, even in Hawaii. So my thing is, if they're going to do it in Hawaii, more than likely they would definitely do it here in the stateside area,
The flat Earth warrior says cabbage is good. Yeah, right. You like your sauerkraut.
What? Ooh, man. Cabbage will make
Oh.
you be playing the French horn with your butt, man.
Broccoli man-made has CC33 code in. Oh, that's the Flat Earth Warriors said that. Hey, did you say hello, Flat Earth Warriors? He's in there.
Flat Earth Warriors. Yeah, I've been said what's up to Flat Earth
Okay,
Warriors.
I didn't know.
I didn't say what's up though to Mr. Nate X. Didn't say what's up to him. Didn't say Nate X. What's happening, Nate X? Didn't say what's up to Roger Ledwell is in the house. Yo, Roger Ledwell, y'all.
Oh, is the Roger there?
That's Roger's
Hey,
here.
I saw your channel the other. Was it yesterday or today? I watched him. It's yesterday for you. It's still today for me. I think I watched you. Roger's from the one from Denver, right?
He's from Denver. Yeah, he's from Colorado.
Yeah, good show,
Yeah,
Roger.
man. And
Good show.
every once in a while I'll have a PJ on here, and yeah, we'll talk a little bit. Yeah.
So that's Roger. You know, everybody know Roger, boy. Yeah, Roger is in the house. Yes, he is. Roger's in the house, and it's getting late than a motherfucker, man.
Yeah, it is. I just wanted to keep you going. I wish people to came up and kick me. I wish Maria would come on here. It says, Harmon,
Maria's
what
like,
do you eat?
Yeah.
What do I eat? I eat steak, eggs.
He's like steak, eggs, annihilators, gummy bears.
Yeah, and I eat some chocolate chip
Licorice.
cookies today.
He's like Chips Ahoy, some Oreos, motherfucking animal crackers, and I washed it down with some Mott's apple juice. Low sugar apple juice. Like, oh, and he's like, and I had a cup of yogurt. Like, oh, okay, Carmen. Oh, Carmen.
I eat a lot of eggs. Stuff with eggs. You know, I'll make burrito eggs. I'll eggs sandwiches. I do a lot of eggs.
Okay.
You know, it's easy to cook and stuff. I like to cook myself. I don't like to go out and buy.
Yeah. Now that they caught on to us and saw that we were eating eggs because eggs used to be cheap, they made sure that they fucked with the eggs big time. And now they made them to where they're fucking $10 a fucking dozen or some shit like that.
Then you don't even know if you're eating real eggs anymore. I've watched the videos where they make the fake eggs. I'm going, oh my God, leave us alone, people.
Yeah, these guys,
you know,
because they were catching on. They were like, oh, these guys are eating eggs. Soon it's going to be peanut butter is going to be expensive. It's whatever, man. Whatever. These fucking people. I'm not going to tell you what I really want to say. I'm going to keep that to myself. that I can't even put what I really want to say on Rumble. That's how bad
they're believing you everything you said about. They said Harmon's diet is hot. They're believing everything you said I eat. He's clowning me, guys.
Oh yeah, I'm giving Harmon shit. He doesn't eat annihilators for breakfast. He eats that for dinner.
No, midnight snack. I get up.
Yeah, right. Get up. You're like, ooh, let me get some of them damn Coca-Cola flavor annihilators.
Yeah, I like a real simple food though. But as far as vegetables in my diet, I don't know the last time. Is potatoes a vegetable? French fries? I don't know.
Oh God, Harmon. Sweet potatoes.
I know.
Sweet potatoes are good.
No,
you know.
Yeah. So I don't know. And I know it's getting late. It's already 1:30 there at your place.
Yeah, man. It's because I gotta be up in like 5 hours. So
all right, chat. Thanks a lot. I'll say goodbye to everybody. And thanks for conversing and putting up with me. And thank you, Vlad, for being and let me be on your channel.
Family, anytime, man. If you have any last thoughts or last words, please provide. Please.
So just work on your I want to see your Rumble channel really grow. Put a little effort into it and time into it and see if you can get the chat somehow all together, and I think it'll start blossoming.
I think so, man. And I think a little bit of TLC and that thing will grow. It'll grow kind of maybe a little bit faster than this. Who knows? But I want to maintain the Foundry. If I could just transfer the Foundry from here to there, that would be amazing. But you guys know my Rumble. I am going to manage to link the Rumble to this chat to where I could see what it is that you're saying. Everybody in the chat. I will,
and that will really that'll migrate them over to Rumble once they realize how good the format is. All right, bye guys.
All right, peace, Harmon. Yeah, that was Harmon. Everybody, he's a good dude, man. Solid. I like Harmon a lot. Good to have Harmon on here. And okay, well, family, that's all we got for tonight, man. It's 1 a.m. and shit over here. Let me see, 1:35. So I gotta wake up in a couple hours, fam. So yeah, that's all we got for the night here. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm going to take my black ass to sleep. A Dick Cheney pitch. No, man. No, I don't think either. Well, family, shit. Y'all know what it is. So y'all have my email. You guys know what the assignment is. Let's get it done. Come on, let's get it done, man. I want to get these stories out there. Sure. Peggy Steer, Peggy Hall, I think her name is Peggy Hall, Peggy Steer. I forget. Whatever it is. Peggy Sue, you know, we want to get your story out there. We really do. And so yeah, I'm sorry to be yawning and breaking the ice like that, family, but yeah, man, it's long in the tooth already and my black ass got to go to bed. Anyway, family, that's all we got for tonight. This Friday might be a little bit rough, but big old but. I might be able to pull it off this Friday. But if you don't see me this Friday, I'll leave something to let you know that I won't be transmitting and live on the air. Either way, fam, that's all we have for tonight. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to cut this short, let you guys enjoy your night. And it was real tonight. Thank you for joining us and making this a thing. I don't know if I'm at 1,000 subs or not. If I am, I guess I will say I'll make a quick thank you and shout out to everybody. But as soon as I do, you know what's going to happen? I'm going to be back down to 997. It is what it is. All right, very well. They could drop me down to 990. YouTube is funny. YouTube functions like that, man. That's just what they do, man. It's fucking a shitty ass joke, but it is what it is. Anyway, family, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go brush my mouth and probably take a shower right now so I ain't got to do it first thing in the morning. And with that, I'm going to give y'all my blessings. I wish you guys nothing but the best, family. Health, wealth, love, joy, prosperity, most of all, wisdom. And with that, family, I'm going to bed. I love you. I'm out. Peace, deuces. Friday, maybe.
Yes, we're moving.